Meeting will please come to order. This is a regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Village of Wilmette. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. As I said, this is a regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Village of Wilmette. We'll call the matters into the order in which they appear on the printed agenda, and there are agendas by the door, so you may want to have one so you can follow along to see when your matter will be called. Now, if you plan to address us tonight, we ask you please come up to the podium, please speak into the microphone and tell us who you are and where you live, as that may be relevant to the matter at hand. We ask that you speak clearly in the microphone so we can hear you, because everything you say and everything we say is being recorded. From those recordings, minutes of the meeting are prepared, and those minutes are available both in hard copy at Village Hall as well as on our website, wilmette.com. Also, our Village Board meetings are televised on Channel 6 and on the Internet. And if you look up in the corners of the room, you can actually see the cameras. By televising our meetings, we make it easy for our neighbors in the community to follow the workings of the Village Board, see the types of matters that come before us, the questions that we ask, and the policies we create. You can find archived videos of Village Board and other local government meetings at wilmette.com. And I'd like to personally thank all residents who regularly tune in to Channel 6 to follow the workings of their local government. I suspect we may have a slightly larger television crowd tonight. Now, before each meeting, the board receives a packet of agenda materials. These materials are also posted on wilmette.com on the Friday before our meeting, so that interested parties and residents can review the same materials that the board members receive. We don't print hard copies of the packet anymore because we receive our board packets electronically. I review them on my iPad. This week's packet contains 717 pages. We also reviewed additional agenda materials consisting of emails and other materials sent to us after Friday, and that totaled about 250 pages. Believe it or not, we've had an opportunity to review all the information in the agenda packet, so if you do plan to address us tonight, we ask that you tell us the most relevant, most material, most important points that you want us to focus on. Finally, we are a community of neighbors, and as such, we want our meetings to be as civil and courteous as possible. So as a courtesy to those around you, please take this time to turn off your cell phones and other devices. And while we're turning off our phones, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Wolf? Here. Trustee Sullivan?
Here.
Trustee Plunkett? Here. Trustee Dodd? Here. Trustee Kurzman?
Here.
Trustee Leonard?
Here.
President Blinsky?
Here. Okay, we clearly have a quorum. We're all here. Next item on the agenda is item 2, public comment. Now, during public comment, we ask if there's any member of the audience who would like to address the board on an item which is not on the agenda tonight. Members of the audience will have the opportunity to address the board on matters which are on the agenda tonight when that particular matter is called. So is there any member of the audience who would like to address the board on an item which is not on the agenda? May I see a show of hands? Yes. Mr. Weiermueller. Welcome.
Good evening, board. Good evening, people on Channel 6. I probably address the later on in the second public comment, but specifically, I'm Mark Weiermueller. I live on Lawndale Street, Wilmette. I talk frequently at these board meetings, park, village, school districts, about property taxes. I'm concerned about property taxes always. Lately, I'm concerned about the beverage tax. I was at the beverage tax protest today downtown. I understand, and I'm told different things on this, so you can opt out of certain things, which may be a discussion later tonight on another issue. So I'm wondering if Wilmette, with all our great attorneys here, if we could opt out of the beverage tax in Wilmette. So that's the main thing I'm thinking about. Maybe you can address it later. If we opted out of the beverage tax, Wilmette could become the center of buying soda pop in the whole Cook County area. So I'm thinking this could be a huge boom for us by opting out of this tax, because basically I want less taxes. Thanks for letting me speak. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Weiermueller. Mr. Stein, do you have a quick answer for that?
The quick answer is no, we cannot opt out. It is not a conflict. We would not have a conflicting regulation. Essentially, it would be the county regulation, which would stand completely independent, non-conflicting to a village regulation. We cannot tell the county what they can and cannot tax.
Okay. So, Mr. Weiermueller, that was Corporation Counsel's answer, but thank you very much, and maybe we'll talk to you later as well tonight. So, all right, is there anybody else who would like to address the board on a matter which is not on tonight's agenda? Okay, we'll move on to item 3, which is the consent agenda. Now, as described on the printed agenda, routine business and other matters that appear to have the unanimous support of the trustees are placed on the consent agenda. All items that begin with the number 3 are on the consent agenda, and tonight that consists of starting on page 1 with item 3.1, all of the items on page 2, and then the first 4 items on page 3, ending with item 3.18. Items on the consent agenda are up for approval tonight. If an item is not removed by a member of the audience and is not removed by one of the trustees, it will be approved and it will not be discussed. So is there any member of the audience who would like to remove an item from the consent agenda? May I see a show of hands? Okay. Any of the trustees that would like to remove anything from the consent agenda? All right. Seeing none, may I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Trustee Wolf.
Aye.
Trustee Sullivan.
Aye.
Trustee Plunkett.
Aye.
Trustee Dodd.
Aye.
Trustee Kurzman.
Aye.
Trustee Leonard.
Aye.
President Blinsky.
Aye. So motion carries. The consent agenda has been adopted. If you are here for an item on the consent agenda, it's been approved. Let me clarify for people who are here tonight. Again, all the items beginning with a 3 have been approved, and that includes land use item 3.5, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 3.10, and 3.11. So if you were here for one of those items, it's been approved. There'll be no further discussion of that item or any of the other items on the consent agenda, so you are free to leave. Of course, you're more than welcome to stay for this meeting. And anybody who is leaving early, and I don't see anybody, but if somebody sneaks out, there's still plenty of time for you to stop by one of our restaurants before heading home, so please do that. All right. Next item on the agenda is item 4, report of officers, and we'll begin with our report from our village manager, Mr. Frenzer.
No report, Mr. President.
Next report is from our corporation counsel, Mr. Stein.
No report, Mr. President.
Next item is item 5, report of the Liquor Control Commissioner. There's no report tonight, so we will move on to our standing committee reports. First up is land use. That's Trustee Leonard.
All items on consent agenda.
Next up is finance, Trustee Sullivan.
All items approved on consent.
The administration committee is Trustee Dodd.
All items on consent.
Municipal services is Trustee Wolf.
No report?
Public safety is Trustee Kurzman.
No report.
And so now we are on to item 6.6, the Judiciary Committee Standing Report. Trustee Plunkett.
That's me. So I move to adopt ordinance 2017-0-36, identifying home rule conflicts with certain county ordinances regarding paid sick leave and minimum hourly wage.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Now, before we get started on this item, I will lay out our process for consideration of this ordinance. I'm going to start with some very brief introductory comments. Then we have some invited speakers from the Cook County Board that are here. This is their ordinance that we are talking about tonight. We also will hear from the Chamber of Commerce up front. Then at that point in time, the Village Board will discuss with the staff, in particular Corporation Counsel, are certain memos that he's prepared. Those memos were online as well, talking about the legality and certain other issues. We will then open it up for public comment. The agenda says 90 minutes on it, but everybody will get a chance to address us. After public comment, the board will have its discussion and debate, and then we will vote. So let me briefly provide some context for people that are here tonight. On October 26, 2016, the Cook County Board approved an ordinance increasing the minimum wage in the county to $10 per hour on July 1st, 2017. The ordinance includes $1 increases until the minimum wage reaches $13 per hour on July 1st, 2020, and thereafter minimum wage will increase by CPI. This ordinance becomes effective on July 1st, 2017, which is Saturday. In addition, on October 5th, 2016, the Cook County Board approved an ordinance mandating paid sick leave benefits. Under the ordinance, employees who work at least 80 hours during a 120-day period are eligible for earned sick leave. All businesses that employ at least one employee are required to provide this benefit, and that ordinance also becomes effective on July 1st, 2017. As we will discuss later in the meeting, the Illinois Constitution provides that municipalities have the authority to enact ordinances that conflict with county ordinances. Thus, the Village Board has a responsibility, as a steward of our community, to review these county ordinances and make a decision about whether they should apply within Wilmette. Now, some questions that arose at the last meeting that I'm just going to briefly touch on regarding timing of our consideration of this ordinance. As I mentioned, the county ordinances take effect on July 1st, 2017. And as the deadline approaches, there are many municipalities that are in exactly the same position as we are and that are undertaking the exact same process. At this stage, my understanding is approximately 81 municipalities have taken action to opt out of the county's ordinances. The vast majority of these municipalities acted in late May or June. And from the information I've reviewed, it appears that around 40 have opted out in the month of June alone. There was also some concern about our use of the consent agenda at our last meeting, so please allow me to clarify. As you saw earlier in this meeting, the consent agenda is an efficiency tool that we use in our meetings. If everyone agrees, items on the consent agenda are not discussed and they are approved as part of a single motion, including multiple items. If anyone attending this meeting didn't agree or wished to discuss one of those items, then that item would have been removed from the consent agenda. Introduction of a new ordinance is always placed on the consent agenda because introducing an ordinance is a procedural action which is informational only. No action is taken by the board at a meeting when an ordinance is introduced. This is our normal process, and it provides at least 2 weeks' notice that the board will be considering an ordinance at the following meeting. So when an ordinance is up for approval, and we know there are individuals who would like to be heard on the matter, we do not place the ordinance on the consent agenda. And as you all probably have already noticed, this item is not on the consent agenda. At our last meeting, the introduction of the ordinance was removed from the consent agenda by a member of the audience, and several individuals addressed the board. But as planned, the board did not consider, debate, or vote on the ordinance at the last meeting. So finally, 2 other comments. The village has publicized the consideration of this ordinance at tonight's meeting through its e-news email newsletter and through social media. Local newspapers have published stories about the board's consideration of opting out of the county's ordinance. Community groups, including the League of Women Voters, have notified their members and spread the word. And in addition, the featured news on the front page of Wilmette.com highlights tonight's meeting. The village board has been provided with a significant amount of background materials, and I've asked for additional information from county officials, business and industry leaders, as well as our Chamber of Commerce. We've also received and reviewed many comments from residents via email, and all this information, including the comments on email, have been shared with the public through our website. So I'll stop talking, and we will begin with our invited speakers. So at this point, I'd like to invite Cook County Commissioner Larry Suffredin to approach the podium. Welcome, Commissioner Suffredin, and on behalf of all the residents of Wilmette, let me thank you for your service representing us on the Cook County Board.
Thank you, and Mr. President and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's been a privilege for me to have the ability to represent the Village of Wilmette on the Cook County Board. Before I go into my remarks, and I'm the principal sponsor of the minimum wage ordinance and a co-sponsor of the sick leave ordinance, I'd like to just mention the letter that I gave to the clerk from Congresswoman Schakowsky, who is in Washington today with the Congress in session. And rather than read it, I just want to mention 2 sentences in it. On both these issues, there have been referendums, and the voters of the Wilmette voted on the minimum wage, and approximately 70% of the voters of Wilmette favored an increase in the minimum wage, and 74% of the voters of Wilmette favored offering a paid sick leave. With that as a background, I'd like to explain the action of the county board in passing these ordinances. The city of Chicago, which is the largest municipality in our county, had passed these 2 ordinances much earlier. And we had found in October of last year that the city of Chicago had an economic advantage over the suburban part of Cook County. What had happened is when these ordinances were passed, the same legal issues that had been raised about did the city of Chicago have the authority to do these were raised, but the Chicagoland Chamber and all the other business groups chose not to challenge it. They had the opportunity to go in for declaratory judgment, by the way, which is exactly what people could have done on our ordinance, and had a court, because the fine memo that your corporation counsel pointed out, we have opinions, but the only one who can really make a decision is a judicial officer who would have a declaratory judgment before them. The reason the Chicagoland Chamber and others didn't do it is they saw an economic advantage. They saw that they were getting workers who wanted to go work for a higher pay. They were better workers. They were coming from suburban locations, and they were improving the quality of the economy of the city of Chicago. As a commissioner who represents villages and cities that ran along the Chicago border in Evanston, Skokie, and Lincolnwood, Niles, and Morton Grove, I had the situation where on one side of the street I had constituents who worked there and were making $8.25, that being the suburban side, and on the other side they were already making $10.50. Now that'll go up to $11 on July 1st in the city of Chicago. I had fast food operators, McDonald's operators, who had their restaurants on both sides of the line telling me that they decided they needed to follow the Chicago minimum wage because it was the only way to keep workers on their stores on both sides, the suburban side and the city side. So with that as the background, what we did is we decided to try to follow an ordinance that was similar to the city of Chicago. We couldn't go really quickly to get to the $13 they get to in 2019, so we did it so that we would get to $13 by 2020. At the time that I passed it, I also said the most important thing we need to do is to push the federal government and the state government to do a minimum wage bill, because the only fair thing is to have uniformity throughout the entire state and throughout the entire nation. Now, at that time, the General Assembly would not even take up a minimum wage bill. The last day of May of this year, they did pass a minimum wage bill. Yesterday, that minimum wage bill was sent to the governor of this state. My hope is the governor will sign that, because that would alleviate this entire issue that we have before us. It would give us a statewide minimum wage, and we would repeal our minimum wage and our sick leave if, in fact, there were state action, and we hope that Governor Rauner will sign that. You tonight have a different responsibility than I had. I was looking at my suburban communities versus the city of Chicago, the economic actions of half of my county versus the other half. My district is 2 city wards, the rest is suburban communities. You today need to look at what's best for the village of Wilmette. I don't come here to tell you how to vote. I come here to ask you to be reasonable. Your experience, and my experience with this village is that you are a reasonable board. I think that it's very important for the suburban area to not be put at a disadvantage to the city of Chicago economically, and to force lower wages and therefore less experienced workers to work into the suburban areas. I would hope that as you look at this tonight, you will realize that this is not intended to cause a problem for Wilmette. This is intended to strengthen the suburban economy of Cook County. With me tonight is a representative, President Preckwinkle. He will discuss her position on this, but our goal was not to hurt suburban Cook, it was to strengthen suburban Cook. And I ask you, as you look at your options tonight, to consider your memo from your lawyer and allow this to go forward. Thank you very much. I'd answer any questions if you have it.
Any questions from any of the trustees for Commissioner Sufferton?
I have a quick one.
Trustee Wilk.
For the bill that is going to Governor Rauner, what would the wage be, and are there stair steps with it?
It works its way up to $15 an hour in 2022. So it has graduated increases similar to what we were talking about.
Trustee Plunkett.
And it's Senate Bill 81, if you want to track that.
Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you. So, assuming someday the Illinois General Assembly passes a bill, you said the county would repeal its ordinance. What if the bill before the Illinois does not? What if it's not $15 an hour? What if it's not $13 an hour? What if it's somewhere less? Where do you stand with that? Because then you would have municipalities over 13, or what if the regulations are different? It may not be the same, and I'm wondering what your expectation is there.
My expectation at the time we passed it was to try to get the General Assembly to deal with the issue. It had refused to deal with minimum wage. The $8.25 an hour minimum wage was many, many years ago. If whatever they could negotiate and sign by the governor, I think we would then sit down and evaluate what our position should be. Now, as the president pointed out, we seem to have about 81 of 130 communities that have opted out. And by opting out, they've set a lower $8.25 an hour minimum wage. Hopefully, those ordinances would fall if the state passed a higher rate. I think the state should pass the highest rate it can. I read today that the Restaurant Association is in favor of $11 instead of $15. I think that there's a lot of areas for discussion. Our ordinance, by the way, for the restaurant industry has the best tip credit issue in it to help businesses and help places where there are tipped employees be able to deal with that. And the majority of the minimum wage people that I think I run into in my district are in the restaurant area.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Commissioner Sufferton? So, Commissioner Sufferton, one of the questions I have is just in the haste to get the bill passed and to put the pressure on, there really wasn't any studies or anything. Like the city of Chicago had a working group and a study, and even I think even some economic reports written specifically around Chicago, not just general reports. But the county didn't have time to do that. Are there any, or are there reports that that are out there on that?
There are no studies that are out there, and we did not have a commission like the city of Chicago did. But we looked at the results of the city of Chicago ordinances. And again, those results showed that the suburban communities were being put at a disadvantage. The purpose of these ordinances were not to help the city of Chicago. It was to level the playing field for the suburban economic activity. I'm sorry that the various chambers of commerce have felt that it didn't do that, but that was its purpose.
Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner Sufferton,
So, thank you.
always a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for
It is a pleasure to represent
joining
this
us.
community with you, and I look forward to working with you on a lot of other issues. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, so next I will call, I'll call Jay Stewart from President Preckwinkle's office. So welcome. Thank you for making the trip to Wilmette.
Great. Thank you for having me, Mr. President, village trustees. Handed out a letter earlier from President Preckwinkle, and I'll just read some excerpts of it briefly. Economic development has been a priority for my administration since I took office in 2010 and committed to financial health across the board for all of Cook County and our residents. That goal requires a strong and healthy workforce. Last year, our Board of Commissioners approved 2 ordinances aimed at building that workforce, the minimum wage ordinance and this paid sick leave ordinance. I was pleased to support both measures and thank the commissioners who brought them to the board. Sustainable growth requires growth at every level of the economy. A healthy workforce benefits us all. Yet a recent study of food workers showed that nearly 90% of them went to work when they were sick. That defies common sense and is not good public policy. And when people have more money in their pockets, they spend more. Local businesses benefit from this increased spending. Paying people fairly and allowing them a limited number of earned sick time supports economic growth. These actions complement investments made by the public and private sector to grow the economy. Under my administration, Cook County has worked hard to support economic development through such mechanisms as tax incentives and transportation investments. We collaborate with local leaders in these matters. Regrettably, the spirit of cooperation is lacking with the minimum wage and earned sick leave ordinances. I'm committed to increasing economic growth, opportunity, stability, and prosperity fairly and equitably across all of Cook County. This requires fairness and, above all, common sense. President Preckwinkle. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Stewart? Okay. Thank you so much for coming. All right. I would now ask that Chris Provenzano from Cook County Commissioner Sean Morrison's office please approach the podium. Welcome, Mr. Provenzano. Thank you for making the trip.
On behalf of Commissioner Morrison of the 17th District, he appreciates the invitation to speak here tonight, but he had a scheduling conflict already in his calendar. So on his behalf and a member of his staff, I'm honored to be here and present a dissenting voice from the Cook County Board on these 2 issues and give an explanation as to why and hopefully provide you with some new information that might help you in this decision that you make tonight. On July 1st, a minimum wage ordinance, a paid sick leave ordinance, and a sweetened beverage tax will all go into effect in Cook County. That is an enormous amount of government regulation to hit the business community on one single day. Cook County lost more population than any other county in the United States from July of 2015 to July of 2016, according to new data released by the U.S. Census Bureau. However, the people leaving Cook County aren't showing up in other parts of Illinois when the net movements of people are considered. Last year, Illinois lost more residents than any other state, an astounding 37,508 people. It was one of only 8 states to lose population. Why do I mention these important statistics? Because they are indicators of the economic climate right here in Cook County and in the state of Illinois. More specifically, I'm here tonight to address the 2 ordinances that are before you tonight for consideration of opting out: minimum wage and paid sick leave. I'm going to take it point by point. Point number 1 for Commissioner Morrison. Was it the proper legislative body and the proper process when the Cook County Board passed these 2 ordinances last fall? Fundamentally, this discussion tonight is not a question of supporting or not supporting minimum wage and paid sick leave for employees. It is a fundamental question of where best should these 2 important economic issues be decided. And the answer to this should be quite clear. The proper legislative process for these economic issues should be decided at the state and federal levels, where a fair and balanced approach can be adopted across the board for all communities. And what are we seeing now? A patchwork of legislation breaking loose between local municipalities and local counties, now the state of Indiana, and even for the north suburbs with Wisconsin, creating unwarranted competition. For a local unit of government like Cook County to pass these ordinances only creates that unwarranted and uninvited competition and confusion between neighboring communities, which puts these issues before you tonight. Number 2, does Cook County have standing to legislate these issues? Commissioner Suffer didn't address that issue. Commissioner Morrison approached the Cook County State's Attorney's Office for a legal opinion. It might have already been shared with you. But I'm going to only hit home on the 2 important questions. The first question Commissioner Morrison asked, as for the minimum wage. As a home rule government, does Cook County have the legal authority to create a minimum wage in the state of Illinois? The legal opinion from the state's attorney was clear and concise. They did not wade through the weeds to get to this conclusion. Our legal conclusion is that Cook County lacks the legal authority to enact such an ordinance, period. Question for paid sick leave. Does Cook County have the legal authority to enact a paid leave mandate for private employers in both unincorporated and incorporated areas of Cook County? State's attorney's legal opinion. Our legal conclusion is that Cook County lacks the home rule authority to enact a paid leave mandate for employers, whether countywide or within unincorporated Cook County, period. The analysis. Any analysis regarding the validity of home rule power must begin with the legal question of whether the problem pertains to local government and affairs, as required by Section 6A of the Illinois Constitution. Does the Illinois State Constitution grant home rule local units of government the authority to legislate a payment mandate on private employers? The Illinois Supreme Court's ruling in Bernardi v. City of Highland Park calls into question Cook County's home rule authority to enact these items. As a general rule, the authority of home rule units is limited in those fields where the state of Illinois has a greater or more vital interest in regulating. The Illinois State Supreme Court characterized the local legislation, which in the case of Highland Park pertained to wages, as an attempt to, quote, intervene in the workplace, close quote. Furthermore, the court concluded that allowing home rule units to govern local labor conditions would destroy the General Assembly's, quote, carefully crafted and balanced economic policies, close quote. Point number 3, infringes on local municipal authority, which brings these 2 issues before you. Both home rule and non-home rule municipalities have the legal authority to opt out of these ordinances, leaving this horrendous patchwork of towns and unincorporated areas, some with and some without these burdensome regulations. This is nothing short of an unmitigated economic mess. As the President pointed out, there are now 82 towns that have opted out. 82. Now there's 132 municipalities in Cook County, minus the city of Chicago and another 6 that have, quote, blades of grass. So what we're really dealing with is 125 impacted communities where these 2 ordinances directly impact their local economies. And 82 have opted out of that 125. That's 66%. That's 2/3. And there are more to come. Point number 4, lack of communication, which brings us here again. The communities and businesses that are directly impacted by these ordinances were not consulted. We talked about the city of Chicago. The city of Chicago stands on its own. Now, if you're at a restaurant downtown, are you going to travel all the way out to Wilmette to go to a restaurant? So you can't use the same geographic definitions. So that's why a study of the municipalities would have been appropriate. It would have been appropriate to engage the village of Wilmette. It would have been appropriate to engage the village of Lamont. It would have been appropriate to engage the village of Maywood. Those towns have opted out. So the lack of communication, which has led to this mass rush of communities to opt out. And they're not doing it this isn't a political issue. There's communities from every spectrum of Cook County that have opted out. Where was the due diligence on the part of the Cook County on these two massive pieces of legislation, which impacts every single business? Every single business. And every municipality, all those 125 in Cook County. It was absent. And because of that, you now have these two issues thrust before you. I received a letter from the mayor asking several questions and background on the process that came to my commissioner. And my commissioner submitted a letter of questions dated August 5th, 2016 to the chief sponsors of these ordinances. There's 9 of them, but some of those questions overlap, and I want to read those to you. This letter from my commissioner was never responded to, and he's a voting member of the Cook County Board. Now, these issues are before you. Just take, for example, the proposed ordinance stated $1.1 billion in annual savings in hospital emergency department costs. My commissioner asked, where did this financial data derive its source from? What qualified resources have verified the quantitative accuracy of this assertion, and is it available for review? Is the information available for review? No response. The proposed ordinance references a 0.75 to a 1.75 fiscal impact estimate cost model developed by the Civic Consulting Alliance. My commissioner asked, can you provide me with a copy of the Alliance's cost model for my review? What other qualified resources have verified the quantitative fiscal accuracy of this assertion? No response. And finally, which pertains to the village of Wilmette and all the other communities in suburban Cook County, has feedback been solicited from the mayors and managers of municipalities within Cook County who border the collar counties of DuPage, Kane, Lake, McHenry, Will, and the state of Indiana? The reason why that question was framed that way is the 17th district runs almost 42 miles north to south, from Des Plaines down to Tinley Park. All suburban, and literally all of those communities, 30-plus municipalities, are border communities or a short drive. So these two ordinances directly impact the 17th district more than any other district, which led to that question. The border communities, were they solicited for information? No, they were not. No response. Small business owners? No, they were not. So here we are. We're having this discussion tonight over these two ordinances of major magnitude, because of a lack of process. In closing, on behalf of the Commissioner, I want to thank you for this opportunity to address these two issues. His role in this has been, because of being a border community district, he's been a leading voice on these issues. As a local municipality, you as a board and your administration invest a lot of time and capital into economic development and maintain a vibrant business community. Not to be engaged in a legislative process that directly impacts your community's economic interest is not good government policy. This decision rests with the state of Illinois and the federal government. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for your patience for listening, and good luck with your decision this evening. I entertain any questions.
Yeah, are there any questions for Mr. Provenzano? Please, 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 please. I mean, I'll caution everyone. We are not at a football game. We're at a village board meeting. So I would appreciate it if there was no clapping, no cheering, no whistles, or anything like that tonight, okay? I won't say it again. Thank you very much. I apologize for being a little strict there. It sounded like a school teacher or something. But any questions for Mr. Provenzano?
I just had one question, actually.
Trustee
You
Dodd.
indicated that there was 82 municipalities that had opted out of a total, I just want to make sure I have the numbers correct, of a total of, well, you said there's 130, whatever, but it comes to 125?
25, yeah.
Okay, and then you said there's probably more to come. So I'm curious, do you know how many municipalities have opted in, or how many are still outstanding? Do you have any sense of that?
Well,
I'd just be curious. Like, we're
125,
obviously outstanding.
82, and I think there's still another 6 or 8 that I heard of. You know,
So it could go
during
up to
this
90-ish.
I'll be honest, during this process, there is no formal tracking of this. Our office has been tracking it individually, and we are picking up information literally on the fly on this issue. Richardson Park was another. There's 4 municipalities that opted out last night. We knew of 3 of them until I got an email last night from the mayor of Richardson Park that said we have opted out. So last night was LaGrange, the village of LaGrange, village of Brookfield, and the village of Wilmette. So you have 40-something that are there. Some are just not moving to pass. You're automatically in. So it's whatever. What's the number there? 43, right?
43 that are left, you mean?
43 that would be left.
Yeah, and if you
So-
assume some, thank you.
So if you don't take action, you've opted in.
Okay.
And I have a quick question, if I may, too, Mr.
Yes.
Provenzano. Thanks for coming tonight. I'm wondering, is this expanding at all? Are there any inclinations of any of the other collar counties or Wisconsin or Indiana to change any of their laws at all?
Not that I'm aware of. I have not heard anything. But all I can do is speak to the businesses that have responded to the other businesses that are right across the county line, and they have teased the business neighbors across the county line that are in these municipalities because of this, meaning that you are now creating more economic opportunity for me. That's the only feedback we have received, and that's from the business people that have called our office, that we have met with, that we've received emails from. And that's the concern because, like I said, the 17th district is a border district. And these 2 issues, and now the beverage tax, all 3 as one, is going to be a very tough day starting on July 1st. That's the reality that's been told to us numerous times, hundreds of times, from numerous businesses and concerned residents.
Any further questions? Mr. Provenzano, thank you very much
Thank you
for
very much
making
for the
the trip.
opportunity. Have a nice evening.
So we have, I believe, just one more county official here, which is Mike Carbonargi, who's a commissioner on the Cook County Board of Review, had asked to also speak at the meeting. Welcome. You didn't have far to travel, though.
I did not. Thank you. My name is Mike Carbonargi. I'm Commissioner of the Cook County Board of Review. But more importantly, here tonight, I'm a Wilmette resident. I live on Sheridan Road with my wife. Both of our kids go to Highcrest. One of them is actually on the Elam playing field right now in a Little League game, so I have to leave to go to his game. I just wanted to come tonight. I know that Commissioner Sufferton and Representative from President Preckwinkle's office have addressed the minimum wage. I wanted to talk a little bit about the paid sick leave portion that we'll be talking tonight, because that portion is significant. Analysis shows that the economic impact on business is negligible, while the positive impact on the well-being and on the health and safety of all citizens is significant. This matter, as President Malinsky mentioned, came before this board 2 weeks ago. But the board doesn't have to go far to know where the people of Wilmette stand on paid sick leave and on minimum wage. In 2014, there was a referendum on the ballot. 70% of Wilmette residents, 70%, voted for a living wage. Last fall, November of 2016, there was a referendum. 74% of Wilmette residents voted for paid sick leave. So again, 2014, our friends and neighbors, 70% of them said they wanted a paid sick leave, or a living wage. 6 months ago, they said they wanted a paid sick leave by 74%. I would just say, if we ask ourselves, do we want to eat at a restaurant, Nick's, Valley Lodge, Nepalita, where those in the kitchen are forced to work while they're sick? We built a thriving restaurant community and a thriving business community. Paid sick leave allows us to keep that confidence in what we worked so hard to build. So again, I'm a bit confused as to why the proposed ordinance tonight would combine and conflate the issues of paid sick leave and minimum wage and provide not a thorough analysis of paid sick leave. It's a separate matter, and it's one, again, that 74% of Wilmette is behind. Thank you.
Any questions? Actually, I do have a question, so sorry. And I asked Commissioner Sufferton as well, was there any work done, and I've seen, actually, I believe a Wilmette resident worked on a study for the city of Chicago around paid sick leave and the like, and the costs and the benefits but there wasn't anything done, again, for Cook County. It's similar to the minimum wage, sort of dovetailed on what the city did.
Sure. Brian Fabes, who's actually a Wilmette resident, leads the Civic Consulting Alliance.
Who sent me the report, yes.
Yeah. And as you can see, the working group that was there was representative of working people, of labor, but also small businesses throughout Cook County and throughout the city as well. So while it was a city report, the ordinance that was passed by the county reflected the conclusions and the values, I think, that are in that working group report.
Okay, but no county report, just the city report.
I'm not aware of a county report.
Yeah, I don't think
report.
I didn't think so, but I wanted to just confirm.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Trustee Leonard.
You might understand that both of the.
Just speak up. That's all.
Sorry.
Better. Yeah.
The two issues are conflated, so we have to vote once to vote for both of them or neither of them, correct?
Well, let me ask Mr. Stein. The way it's written right now, it's one vote to opt out of both.
Correct.
If we wanted to separate them, we could amend them and create two ordinances to opt out one of each of them.
Correct. You don't even need me here.
Okay. Well, I always like to have a lawyer sitting next to me. Okay.
So what would the procedure to do exactly that be?
To separate them?
Yes, sir.
All right, then I will ask.
It would essentially be a motion. So right now you have a motion to approve. If you wanted to, either you would strike down this motion to approve at the end of all the debate, or you would ask the movant and the second to amend to opt out of just one versus the other. And then I would be able to draft it up rather quickly by deleting some component of it, and it can be passed tonight that way.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Appreciate it. So let me just confirm that there are no other representatives from Cook County here. Okay. So I'm going to move on then to inviting Julie Usum, the Executive Director of the Wilmette Kenilworth Chamber of Commerce, to approach the podium. Welcome, Ms. Usum. It's good to see you tonight.
Thank you so very much. I'm going to read a prepared statement. I am not here to argue the merits of a minimum wage increase or paid leave. I am here to present the damaging impact these mandates will have on Wilmette's small businesses. There are many Wilmette businesses that are afraid to come to this meeting to publicly voice their concerns in fear that the residents will boycott their businesses, as was intimated at the June 13th meeting. We sincerely hope that the residents here will not punish those businesses who have responded to a survey or voiced their inability to afford these mandates. These small businesses are relying on me as the executive director of the chamber to make their voices heard. Therefore, I am here on their behalf to speak the truth about how the mandates will be detrimental to the small businesses in Wilmette. It is clear that many residents are of the warm and fuzzy opinion that Wilmette should serve as a beacon of the North Shore, helping the lowest end of our economy earn a higher minimum wage and paid leave. This can only be the inexperienced and uninformed perspective of people who have never owned a small business or had to meet payroll. The argument that Wilmette is a wealthy community and therefore should pay higher wages and provide more benefits is an error in logic. It is absurd as it is wrong to assume that because Wilmette residents are wealthy, that Wilmette business owners are also wealthy. These are two different groups of people and they should not be lumped together. Moreover, it will not be the wealthy residents who will be funding these payroll increases, even if they patronize Wilmette's small businesses. It will be the small businesses who have small profit margins that will bear the burden of the Cook County mandates. To those who would argue that opting out of mandates will place Wilmette's small businesses at a hiring disadvantage with communities that have not opted out, to that we say the businesses are willing to take that risk. Why? Because the market will correct itself without government intervention. If there is too much competition for employees, Wilmette small businesses will be forced to pay higher wages and provide paid leave benefits in order to compete. One of the things that makes Wilmette special is the number of small, independent, and family-owned businesses. We all enjoy that these small businesses remember our names, our preferences, and go out of their way to provide excellent service. The Chamber's membership, reflective of the Wilmette business community as a whole, is largely comprised of very small businesses. Perhaps a better term to describe these businesses is micro businesses, because the majority of our members have between 2 and 5 employees. The second largest segment of our membership has 5 to 10 employees. Many, if not most, of their employees work part-time. 99% of those respondents to the Chamber's survey voluntarily pay well above mandated minimum wage already. There are some small businesses that pay minimum wage to part-time employees because that is all they can afford. These businesses say they will not be able to sustain a minimum wage increase or mandatory paid leave. Many of the respondents to our survey already also provide paid leave to their full-time employees. Wilmette small businesses are profitable, but not profitable enough to absorb the payroll expenses that the minimum wage increase and paid leave mandates will add to their operating costs. Many of Wilmette's small businesses have said that they may close or leave our community because they cannot afford the burden of these payroll mandates and their effect on profitability. The closing or departure of a large number of these businesses would dramatically reduce the quality of life in our community. It would also create more vacant storefronts and discourage new businesses from opening here. Wilmette small businesses are afraid to increase prices to help them cover these additional payroll expenses. The majority of respondents to our survey of service and retail businesses said that Wilmette customers are indeed extremely cost conscious. And the businesses are afraid that they will lose customers to other towns, the mall, and the internet if they were to raise prices. As one business owner whose customer base is largely comprised of Wilmette residents said, the first question they ask is, how much? Most small businesses believe that it is a myth that Wilmette customers will continue to patronize small independent businesses out of loyalty if prices are raised. It is also unrealistic to think that paying Wilmette employees a higher minimum wage will allow them to shop or dine more in Wilmette. It remains likely that they will shop in the communities in which they live. A number of independent businesses have said they will have to leave our village for these reasons because they can neither absorb the costs nor raise prices. In Wilmette, small, independently owned businesses, those that do not have corporate resources, would most heavily bear the burden of layers and layers of government regulations, such as those in the Cook County ordinances. We're not talking about chain stores like Walgreens, Bed Bath & Beyond, Carson's, Jewel, and the like. We're talking about super small businesses. Furthermore, if businesses who are voluntarily paying their less skilled or new employees $13 an hour now, when minimum wage increases beyond that, they will also have to increase the wages for their more skilled and experienced employees. Payroll expenses for employers will compound accordingly. Again, Wilmette businesses are small and they're profitable, but not profitable enough to sustain this long term. There are additional costs associated with both the minimum wage increase and the paid leave ordinances that those who have never operated a small business or conducted payroll may not appreciate. It must be understood. A $1 increase in the minimum wage is not simply a dollar increase for the employer. It is a dollar increase in wages plus the corresponding increase in taxes, unemployment insurance, workman's comp, and everything else that is tied to the wage level. In addition to the out-of-pocket costs, there are administrative costs to implementing these changes, including calculating and tracking time off, calculating and filing for additional taxes paid, and upgrades to software to handle the accrual and allocation of earned sick leave. Wilmette businesses are already operating under a state minimum wage. Statewide regulations, as some of the other speakers have mentioned, create a more level playing field than regulations administered county by county. In closing, I will explain that the Chamber sent its first letter to the trustees on June 1st of 2017 requesting that the village opt out of the Cook County ordinances. We did not make the request earlier because our polling in early 2017 had a small response and showed mixed feelings on the matter. However, in April and May, the businesses became more concerned as surrounding communities began to opt out. This prompted the Chamber to conduct another survey and many discussions with members and the Board of Directors. Our research indicated a greater concern than was originally voiced. Therefore, we approached the Village Board on June 1st, officially requesting opting out of the ordinances. Thus far, I won't repeat, but, well, I guess I will repeat. These nearby communities have also opted out of the ordinances: Glenview, Morton Grove, Buffalo Grove, Niles, Wheeling, Northbrook, and Des Plaines. Finally, there is the question that Mr. Provenzaro addressed as to whether the Cook County Board has the authority to impose these fees. I won't go into that again. The harsh truth is that the Cook County minimum wage and paid leave ordinances will substantially damage the future of Wilmette's small businesses. We impel you as trustees to protect the small business community, and we urge you to vote to opt out of these ordinances. And I do have copies of my statement for you all. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions for Ms. Newsom? Trustee Kurzman?
Does your chamber have a position on Senate Bill 81?
We haven't discussed it at the broad level and polled the businesses or spoken to it at the board level as thus far.
Do you intend to have any of those discussions?
I will consult with members of my board of directors. Would you say it's fair to say that we would? Yes, we would.
You would have conversations to...
We will. Is that what you mean? We will, yes, we will.
From a colleague-to-colleague perspective, do you know how your chamber colleagues downstate feel about Senate Bill 81?
No, we do not. I have not communicated with them.
How about the Illinois Association of Chamber Executives, if I have that name right, but the Association of Chambers, do you know their position on Senate Bill 81?
I communicate mostly with a smaller group of of chambers of commerce along the North Shore and stretching a little bit west more regularly, and we meet monthly, and representatives of those communities that have opted out were part of those discussions. There were several communities. Are you talking about this or the 81?
I'm talking about Senate Bill 81.
Oh, we did not discuss that at our recent meeting.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Questions for Ms. Newsom?
I do have a question. There are a number of business owners that would like to speak. Do you want them to wait
Yeah,
for public comment?
yes, exactly. We'll wait for them through public comment. We had special treatment for our invited speakers, and then now we're going to do some business here, and then we will go to public comment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. Now, just for the record, I also want to state that I did invite the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Illinois Restaurant Association, Sam Toya, to submit comments and address the board. Mr. Toya did submit a letter for our review, but he had a conflict this evening. And also in early June, I received a letter from Ron Powell, President of Local 881 of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union. And as a result, I also invited Mr. Powell to address us this evening. I don't believe Mr. Powell is here, though. So now I would like to ask our Corporation Counsel, Mr. Stein, to review his memos with us. Again, these memos are part of the agenda packet and were originally posted online back on June 19th. So, Mr. Stein, would you please proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Briefly, I will go over 5 separate points. I will not belabor it and read this long, boring legal memo, but I will go over the specific points that are pertinent to tonight. First, just be a brief overview of the county ordinances. The mayor did give a pretty good orientation of the wages and how they move, but we'll get in a little bit more nuance. Then an opinion based upon the Cook County Board of Commissioners to enact the county ordinances. Then an opinion regarding Wilmette's legal authority to enact its own ordinance, which have been asked by I've been asked to do that by the president. An opinion regarding Wilmette's legal authority to opt out, which is what's on the agenda tonight, and the referendum or the referenda that was discussed, briefly discussed, the ones from 2014, 2016. So briefly, you can take a look on the screen behind me, and we have screens in front of us. Just a very broad overview of the county ordinance. And I want everybody to be clear that I make no opinion as to the nature of the county ordinance, of what the wages should be or should not be, just going over what it is that they have put in their regulations. Essentially, an employer is anybody that has one employee, one covered employee within the corporate limits of the County of Cook. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you have to have your primary place of business in Cook County. It can be one satellite office. It could be someone that does 2 hours worth of work in a 2-week period. That's what a covered employee is. That's going through Cook County from a different municipality, from a different, any other different perspective. As long as there's some business aspect being done in Cook County, that would be considered a covered employee, and all you need is one of those to be considered an employee and be subject to this regulation. The current Illinois minimum wage is $8.25. That's by state statute. It's $1 higher than the federal level. State statute and the federal statute, the Fair Labor Standards Act, allows for states to have a higher regulation. The state statute itself does not necessarily allow for anybody else besides the state to have this regulation. But Cook County's regulation does increase that. It increases it to $10 an hour beginning Saturday. Then it'll go $11, $12, $13 for the next 3 years. And then it increases essentially exponentially, or not exponentially, but to infinity, the way the ordinance is written, by the CPI. Okay? And that's including a calculation and a formulation that the county administrative offices have come up with. There is no cap on that time in this ordinance. It could go to 2040 and increase at that time.
There is a cap on the annual CPI.
There's a cap on the annual CPI, but there's no cap on the time.
Right.
The annual CPI, it cannot go above 2.5%, an increase from the previous year. And if there is an 8.5% unemployment rate, as determined by the state in Cook County, then it will be frozen. Essentially, the previous year will be held in place. Now, the ordinance, in all fairness, does somewhat contemplate that there will be some change or some other amendment made in the future, but it's technically not in there. All units of government are exempt from this ordinance except Cook County. Cook County put in its ordinance itself that says that they must follow these rules.
And my recollection is that's the same as the City of Chicago's ordinance, that
That's correct.
They spelled it out that way as well.
That is correct. So we will go into a little bit as to the City of Chicago ordinance.
I'm sorry, just so Cook County employees are included in this?
That's correct.
Okay. I didn't
But
realize
our
that.
employees and the Park District's employees are not included in it.
Right.
Okay, I just didn't
So
realize
this ordinance mirrors almost word for word the City of Chicago ordinance, to the point where there's even a typo in it where it says Title IV. Title IV is not a county title; it's a city title. So it was clearly done from the city, and that's fine. That's what lawyers do. We copy each other, right? So that's quite all right. But I wanted to, just so it's very clear that this does come from the city. It is pretty much the same regulation, with the exception of the dollar amounts that are 1 year off, $1 off by the years. In this ordinance, it does give the regulation authority to the county, and that both this ordinance as well as the sick leave ordinance. So there's two forms. If someone is aggrieved by this, someone believes that there's a violation, there's two different ways that person is aggrieved can try to be made whole again.
You're talking about an employee.
An employee.
Okay.
So if a covered employee feels that he did not get paid the $10, $11, whatever it may be an hour, he or she has two different avenues of which he may proceed. First, he can go free of charge to the Cook County Human Rights Office and file a grievance. And that ordinance then says you have 3 years to do so. And if you do, you can get 3 times the amount of the wages lost. You can get attorney's fees back. You can get injunctive relief, and we'll also fine the employer. If you don't want to do that, or if you can't do that, or for whatever reason you have the means to go to what's called a private cause of action, you may bring this to a circuit court where a judge has even more remedy, except for the fine amount. The fine amount is defined by ordinance, but a judge has injunctive relief, can order 5 times amount, 10 times amount, if that judge so felt that was fair. That's important to note because Cook County can do that, meaning they have the personnel to do it. The legal authority is a different issue. Okay, so we're going to get into that a little bit. Now, the same is true, I'm sorry, I'll move on to the sick leave.
Yeah,
unless you
move
have
on
some-
to- any quick questions here? I mean, Mr. Stein isn't going anywhere, so you don't have to.
I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on to the paid sick leave ordinance.
Okay, so the paid sick leave ordinance was somewhat a companion ordinance done approximately 3 weeks difference, 3 weeks before. The sick leave ordinance, again, is an employee or employer is any person, any employer that has one covered employee. Covered employee is, again, that same definition of someone who performs 2 hours worth of work in a 2-week period within the corporate limits of Cook County. Again, you don't have to be a primary place of business, doesn't have to be a headquarters. You could be driving through, doing deliveries, and you would still now be considered an employee, a covered employee, and have a right to these, to the rights of the sick leave ordinance, as well as the minimum wage. Now, we get into a little bit of a math game here, but if you can take a look here on the screen, we do lay out what the accrual rate is for getting your sick leave. Now, you have a maximum of, first year is 40 hours, 5 working days. If you are not sick and you do not use that time, you can carry over half of that to the next year within a 12-month period to have a maximum of 60 hours. All right, so you will also accrue 1 hour of sick leave for every 40 hours essentially worked. And you must work, you must work at least 80 hours within a 120-day period to start accruing. So it doesn't mean it accrues right away, but there is a relatively short period of which you do start accruing. It's approximately 5 hours per week of time.
Don't you accrue from day one, but you're just not eligible for it unless you've done that?
That's
or do
correct.
you have to work? Okay.
That's correct. No, you do. You
accrue
start
it, but you
accruing,
don't-
but
but
you're
if
not
you
allowed
don't
to
do the
use
80
it.
hours, you don't get it,
You don't get
actually.
it.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
So the sick leave ordinance, there is no Chicago sick leave ordinance that I'm aware of.
I thought, did they pass? They did pass one, didn't they?
They did.
They did.
Well,
Okay.
this was. I'm sorry, I take it back. This was not mirrored off of that sick leave ordinance. There was some. There's some.
I missed that. What did he say?
Was it? Okay. So
Was it?
that's what the lawyers in the front row are saying.
Is it mirrored? I'm sorry. It was mirrored off. Pretty much. Okay. Okay. So then, the same process went through. They went through the same process with the sick leave as you did with the minimum wage. Again, though, the sick leave is also able to be adjudicated before Cook County itself as the administrative wing, as well as a private cause of action. And again, those same types of remedies are given. So that's a brief overview of the process of how they. Oh, I'm sorry. There is also an exemption in this ordinance, but that exemption does not include Cook County. So Cook County is not.
They are exempt. In the other one, they're not exempt. In this one, they are exempt.
So Cook County
Okay.
does not have to comply with the sick leave ordinance, but does have to comply
With the minimum
with the
wage
minimum
ordinance.
wage. So it's just the way the language is. I don't know what Cook County does or does not do as a practical effect,
Right.
but they have essentially exempted themselves out, along with every other unit of local government, including the village of Wilmette.
So a question for you, I'm sorry, the covered employee, so let's say you have a babysitter who comes every Friday for you and works 6 hours. That would be an employee that would accrue mandatory sick leave then, because it would be, you would get that 80 hours in a 120-day period, and you would accrue 1 hour for every 40 hours. of
That's
work.
as long as it's in Cook County. That's correct.
And so if you would have to keep track of that as the employer.
Yes, there are record requirements that were adopted both in the ordinance as well as the Cook County regulations. They are they list all the different categories of which they want you to keep the records of the time worked, essentially time paid, how they're paid, time used, and then if you do not keep those, essentially the penalty is if someone files a grievance, that person's presumed to be right. You would pretty much lose your defense.
Okay.
Wait a second. Using a babysitter example.
If they're under 18, it doesn't count.
Entity
but-
of place of business, don't have to be a registered business?
No.
My reading of it was if you had one, I'm sorry, but
No,
my
go
reading of
ahead.
it was if you had one domestic employee, you were considered a business.
That's correct.
It's my understanding, actually, President Belinsky, that actually the sick leave does not have any age restriction, so it would apply to a 16 or 17-year-old babysitter. Correct?
That is correct. The
So-
age restriction is in the minimum wage.
The age restriction is in the minimum wage. So in the minimum wage for individuals who are excluded would be anyone 17 and younger. And that would apply even high school students, anybody, whatever. But however, in the paid sick leave, there is no age restriction. So that's what we're saying, correct?
That is correct. There is no.
So-
I don't know the practical effect of that, but that's what the
Okay,
ordinance specifically says.
And I have a question, too. It sounds as though, let's say Skokie has not opted out. You order pizza from Skokie. Do they have to pay a higher wage while the person is driving in Wilmette?
And the minimum wage?
Yeah.
Yes, they would.
That seems like it's going to
They
be
would have
awfully
to.
complicated.
But that's minimum
You
wage.
mean the other way around. So
Well-
because
Well-
Skokie hasn't opted out, if a town from an opted out, like Lincoln would, if Lincoln would drive or
Yes,
drove to Skokie, they
yes,
would have to pay the higher
exactly.
wage while he
So
was in
they'd have to
Skokie.
somehow keep track of all
That's
that
correct.
in order to comply with this.
That's correct. Even if out of county and going through county, it's the same thing, too.
Okay.
The exemptions for the government workers, you said a model Chicago, did Chicago exempt their?
Yeah, Chicago. Chicago did not for sick leave. Chicago exempted themselves. They do not have to comply with sick leave, just like Cook County does not have to comply with sick leave. Minimum wage, they do. I know it's confusing.
Just like
Yeah.
Cook County. Okay. All right, so further questions on sort of the details of the ordinances. All right, so let's move on then to, you were going to talk about the county's legal authority, and you promised not to bore us with extensive
I promise that
conversations about Bernardi.
This is where the lawyers get all excited. So, Commissioner Suffredin, correctly stated that there was an opinion received from the state's attorney's office. The state's attorney is the chief legal officer, the legal officer of the county, but it's not a court ruling. And the state's attorney did opine that Cook County did not have the lawful authority to enter into either one of these ordinances.
So, and I know there's a Supreme Court opinion. Just briefly, could you sort of give us the reason why the Supreme Court says? Because why not? Why not?
Right,
Why
so
can't
back-
Cook County do it, and us, and the city, and everybody?
It's going to be hard to be brief, but I'll try.
Okay.
So in 1988, the city of Highland Park enacted an ordinance using its home rule powers, saying I'm a home rule unit of government, to opt out of what it was called the Illinois Prevailing Wage, or what is still called the Illinois Prevailing Wage Act. A group of workers filed a lawsuit through what's called a quo warranto action, going through saying by what authority. That's what that translates to, and essentially said that Highland Park does not have the authority to do this. This is a statewide issue, and once the state preempts a field, that no local government, no lesser government, meaning local, county, municipal, park district, school district, can have any regulation that conflicts with with the statewide regulation, or essentially in some cases can't have any regulation at all because it's already been trumped. And that's what the court did. This is the Illinois Supreme Court. This is the last court. This doesn't go to U.S. Supreme Court. This is the last court that can hear this. Determined that Highland Park did not have the authority to do that because the state, and this is kind of the important language, is that the state had already weighed in and preempted the field of workplace conditions. Now, the prevailing wage is technically a workplace conditions. It's about the wage of someone doing a public works project. And the Supreme Court went through a very long, lengthy opinion on this, and then listed other state statutes that indicated that this is the general rule. While that wasn't exactly the rule of the Supreme Court that day, it did give a very clear indication as to they believe that the state preempted the field of workplace issues. And one of those that was listed out of the 8 was the Illinois minimum wage law. Okay, so while it may have been just in passing that it was discussed, it is pretty clear that the Illinois Supreme Court will consider the Illinois minimum wage law the law of the land and cannot be trumped by a local municipality or a county. And they go on to say, and they give a good example. They said, well, if Highland Park could do this, could they also have a 12-hour workday? Could they suspend minimum wage requirements? That's actually their language. Could they repeal child labor laws? So the court took caution to saying that these are kind of global, statewide concern and not a local concern. And because of that, they struck down that ordinance and said it was illegal. In addition, a new statute was passed and enacted January 1st, 2017, which is called the Employee Sick Leave Act. Now, it doesn't mandate sick time or sick leave for anybody, but what it does say, which was not the case before in 2016 or any time prior, it does say that if I want to take a sick day, it used to be if I want to take a sick day, it has to be for me. I have to be sick. I have to go to the doctor. But this now says I can take it for if my child is sick, if my spouse is sick, if my grandfather's sick. So the state legislature did weigh in now on sick leave, specifically on that issue, and arguably has preempted the field. So that is the reason for the Supreme Court's ruling, and that is the reason for my opinion, agreeing with the state's attorney's opinion, that I believe that Cook County has a challengeable ordinance.
So sometimes when lawyers give opinions,
yes,
it's like this lawyer would give this opinion and that lawyer would give that opinion, and it's not clear cut. The way I read your memo, and I'm just looking for confirmation from you, it seems like this one is pretty clear cut.
Well, again, as we
it has
said,
to be challenged in court, of course.
It has to be challenged in court, and the court has to rule that this has been deemed void. It is my opinion that I do believe a court would rule that way. I believe it's it's pretty clear for something that hasn't already been previously specifically addressed. It's been addressed generally and relatively clearly.
Trustee Leonard.
I'm wondering about your opinion of why it hasn't been challenged in court. I know the commissioner suggested that it wasn't challenged in court because the community saw the wisdom in the higher wages, but then we've watched 2/3 of the communities opt out. I'm just wondering what your thought is of why it has not seen that challenge.
Well, there's a couple different ways to challenge this ordinance, right? One would be to take the proactive approach and get a declaratory judgment, as Commissioner Sufferton indicated. That's expensive. That could be expensive for what, right? For maybe I save some dollars, maybe I don't. But that's a guaranteed cost out of pocket for that entity or that business that's going to do it. The other way to challenge it would be to essentially violate the ordinance and as a defense raise the invalidity of the ordinance with the fact that this thing should be void from its beginning, and you already have a little skin in the game. I think at that point a lot of other entities and a lot of other groups would probably get involved. So I think the short answer is it's a money issue right now. And the other thing is it hasn't been in effect yet. It's not in effect until Saturday. The court could very well say, well, you've had no damages yet. You can't do anything until there's a potential damage. So maybe Monday someone's lining up. I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to expand on that particular point because maybe I didn't understand exactly what some of the individuals here from Cook County Board said. But for the city of Chicago, is that ordinance considered legal?
I believe the City of Chicago ordinance would suffer the same problems the Cook County ordinance would.
Okay, and so that city ordinance has been in place since when?
14?
I think 2015 was the first. 14?
14 or 15. I think it passed in 14.
And so has anybody challenged the City of Chicago?
No, that has not been challenged in court yet.
Okay. And what's your perspective? I mean, I kind of heard what you were saying, kind of to what Trustee Leonard just said. Kind of understand why Cook County might not have been because it hasn't even gone into effect. But the City of Chicago's.
I'm also not aware of any prosecution that the City of Chicago has imposed for violating the ordinance either. So, again, that is that same thing, that same concept of you would raise it as a defense to being prosecuted by the City of Chicago. So I don't know if it's actually been enforced yet. So that could be the reason. The other reason is it's money, simply money.
And wages in general could be higher than the numbers at this point too because of the escalation. But we are speculating, I believe.
That is speculation.
Okay.
Mr. Stein, while we're on that, could you kind of discuss briefly what would happen if the state of Illinois raised its minimum wage, enacted a new ordinance? Where what happens at that point?
Okay, so that,
Is that
you were
next
going
on your
there
list?
earlier.
Okay.
So, and I didn't want to chime in then, but it is a very good question, and there's a couple what-ifs. So if the state of Illinois enacted a statute that said, this is now a statewide issue, it's clear across the board, home rule, non-home rule, you can't touch it, and everything that's been enacted in conflict is gone and done, that's it. That's a pretty simple solution. Arguably, the ordinance would have been valid until the time that state statute had passed. So maybe it's a small window, maybe it's a long window. But that's the pretty simple, easy thing. If the state does not do that, and the county and the city do not repeal their ordinance, there is potentially 2 regulations in a field. And it would still, I would argue that the Cook County ordinance would still be enacted and still be enforceable until it's either repealed by the Cook County Board or until the court says otherwise, or again, until the state expressly says that this is a statewide concern.
And if the state expressly says, does that require the supermajority vote to
3/5.
overrule home rule?
Yes, that would
Okay,
require
so you would need
3/5.
3/5 of the legislature to pass a...
That's correct. And I don't believe Senate Bill 81 has that language in it.
Okay. All right, so...
It does not, right?
If we can, let's transition from Cook County's authority to our authority. Do the same rules apply to us?
Yeah, essentially they do. The same rules apply to us as well as the city of Chicago, as well as Cook County. We are a home rule unit of government. We really shouldn't be playing with statewide issues.
And now Mr. Frenzer, let's just say for a minute that we decided to ignore that. You know, from a practical point of view, how would the village operate? You know, could we enforce that law? You know, are there limitations?
Well, I mean,
on
if the village passed its own
we decided
wage and
we're going
hour,
to pass our
we
own
passed
wage
our own
and hour
Fair
law.
Labor Standards
Yes.
Code, I believe I would probably have to come back to you with a budget and staffing proposal for the Department of Labor. I mean, we don't have the authority. We have no enforcement mechanism. We have no record-keeping or reporting requirement from the businesses. You would have to have some ability to have a reporting requirement. You would presumably, to do enforcement, need some sort of ability to do audit. We don't have they have no authority to have a municipal court. You would have to establish perhaps a administrative adjudication program, but at that point only a judge of the circuit court can grant injunctive relief. The law is also pretty clear that going back to my last life as a lawyer before I became manager for this municipality, we don't have the authority to award civil damages between private parties. We only have the authority to enforce fines. So we have no infrastructure or capacity to be able to start enforcing a local minimum wage ordinance.
So let me paraphrase. It'd be really complicated, and we'd have to spend money to do it. Is that a fair statement?
And
Okay.
it would be a very limited ability to enforce anything anyway.
Okay, so questions on our authority? Trustee Plunkett?
Wait, just to clarify, so let's say we believe in mandatory paid sick leave, but we don't want it to apply to our babysitter. Can we cut that out? Can Wilmette cut that out?
We are essentially in a situation of either taking the state standard, which is no standard right now on sick leave, or the county standard. If we amend any of that, then we are now the regulatory force, and as Mr. Frenzer just said, we just practically can't do that. Lawfully, I don't believe we can do that either.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand this. So I think because in addition to just whether we could legally do it, which you're saying obviously we can't legally do it, we don't have the capacity. We don't have the capacity. I don't mean capacity is not the right word. We don't have the structure to do it because we would need to monitor it and have some sort of court system, for lack of a better word, in the event that there are any issues that come up with that. Is that what you're trying to say to us?
Yes, I mean, there's a lot of logistical and financial implications that go along with it, too. I mean, Cook County does have a ready-made public body to hear complaints on this. The Village of Wilmette obviously does not, to the extent that you were levying any fines in the face of proceeding against legal advice that you lack the authority to enact the ordinance. We'd probably end up having to sequester any fine amounts anyway because of the risk of having to pay them back as damages in civil litigation. And you've actually already seen that when municipalities try to assert themselves in areas of state competency on labor laws. It was Lincolnshire, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that it doesn't always go in favor of the working people. They passed an anti-union ordinance called a right-to-work ordinance on the theory that they should be able to intervene in labor relations too. They ended up having to settle it and pay a substantial cash settlement to the plaintiffs in that to extricate themselves from the litigation.
And then I do have one more question, just because
Go
it
ahead.
goes back to what Trustee Plunkett said. So I just want to understand about this issue with the Cook County ordinance relative to if the state adopts something. Because if the state, the Cook County ordinance is going to go up to $10 or whatever, and then it'll go up to $11, and or whatever is the gradual rate, depending on what happens. But if the Cook County ordinance goes up to $12, and then at that point the state of Illinois adopts a minimum wage at $11.50 as the state mandated. What would happen to a municipality who is covered by the $12? Because it's my understanding you couldn't lower an individual's wage. So I'm trying to understand. I think that's what you were trying to ask earlier, Trustee Plunkett. I'm trying to understand what would happen, because could Cook County actually repeal that ordinance anyways, because they're above what the state required minimum wage would be?
Well, we're in that situation right now. We have a lower state wage and a higher county wage coming up. So the higher county wage does apply, unless the state expressly says in a new statute saying we're raising the minimum wage to $11.50, then and the counties and the municipalities can't get involved, that would apply. If the state has a higher wage, then the higher wage would apply, because that's actually built into the ordinance. It says any state or federal wage that's higher than the county ordinance shall be the minimum wage.
Yeah, right.
So the county's already kind of figured that one out in case that happens. So if it gets
Only if it's
higher.
Only if it's higher.
Right.
And so I guess I was trying to understand, because when Commissioner Sufferin spoke, he said if the state decided, part of the reason for Cook County to do this was to really encourage and to the state to do something. And if they did that, they would repeal their Cook County ordinance. But they would not be able to repeal their Cook County ordinance if it's higher than the state.
No, the Cook County can repeal its regulations.
But they would then be decreasing.
Yes.
They would be lowering people's pay.
Yeah.
They would be, okay.
Right. So you're more talking about the politics of
I'm just trying to
lowering
understand
the minimum
then.
wage.
I was asking that question because if you could actually lower someone's pay, and I was asking that because if we decided we wanted to adopt into the Cook County ordinance now, and then we had, for whatever reason, based on feedback or whatever, we then decided to opt out and went back, could we do that? Because that we would be lowering a individual's wage.
Well, you're not lowering their wage. The employer would be lowering their wage, right? So if the minimum wage is $11, and now we come in and we say, okay, we're going to opt out, it's going to go back to $8.25. The employer would have to then say, okay, your new wage going forward is going to be $8.25, but that $11 going backwards would still stand. That's what you cannot lower, is what the wage that's already earned.
Right, and I would just suggest maybe from a practical point of view, there aren't a lot of governmental bodies that are going to vote to lower the minimum wage.
Correct. That's why I was asking about whether Cook County would repeal.
Oh. Yeah, which is a good question, because
that's what I was trying to understand.
If the state minimum wage actually came in lower than the counties and they repealed it, in essence, they'd be lowering
Right, that's what I was trying to understand.
wage.
I mean, it's
right.
not likely that would happen.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Agree.
But it wouldn't happen. But if the state says we pass something,
You're right.
it overrules
It would have
everything,
to.
and it's
Correct.
$10 an hour,
They would have to.
then it wipes it out.
But they need 3/5 majority to what's the phrase, to supersede
Okay.
home rule, or?
To exempt home rule.
Exempt.
I didn't know.
I mean, a lot would happen. They'd have to pass something.
Okay, so, but the question that everybody had on their mind was, could we not opt out tonight and then say, you know what, $10 is good, but $11 is not? And so at this meeting next year, we decide we're going to opt out. But if we do that, we don't stay at 10, we go to the state. We don't have for this whole argument that we don't have the power, we don't have the choice of, we just have A or B. We don't have, Wilmette's version of C.
That's absolutely correct. If we opt out, it's either in or out. So if in 2018, when the wage goes up an extra $1 and we opt out then, the wage will go back to the state wage, to $8.25.
Right, which would in essence be something that's very unlikely that we would do, because who's going to vote to lower the minimum wage? It's just practically, from a point of view, nobody's going to do that. So
Can we,
okay.
just one more on the specifications. Can we clarify, I know the minimum wage ordinance is 18 and up. Can we understand a little bit some of the exclusions? I was reading the training wages, the apprentice wages.
Yeah,
What
so-
exactly, because I think a lot of small business owners in Wilmette want to understand, if their high school senior who's 18 is covered by this or not, and are they training or are they an employee? I mean, I think that's a practical question.
Okay, so the training one's actually kind of simple. It has to be someone deemed by the Department of Labor as a quote-unquote learner. So you go through a process, it's an application process, and you say, I want to be an apprentice and I want to do this, and you get, essentially you're learning the trade in lieu of a minimum wage. Okay, that has to be approved by the state, and I believe the county actually adopts that and says, if you're approved by the state, then you're out. The other two components are anybody 17 and younger will receive the state minimum wage for someone that's 17 or younger, which is 50 cents less than the state minimum wage. It'll be $7.75. Good. That's their minimum wage. The same thing for anybody in their first 90 consecutive days of a job. All right, so that's anybody.
So you would go $7.75 to $10. Like 90 days, $7.75, and then you would go to $10?
Yes.
Okay.
After 90 days. At the 91st day, you would go up to the $10 Cook County minimum wage.
What happens if you hire somebody for the summer? What does that mean? Let's say you hire an 18-year-old for the summer.
Well, the first 90 days would be the state $7.75. The 91st day, they would jump up to 10.
Okay.
If it's a 17-year-old, then there's no.
No, but I mean an 18-year-old,
Yeah,
19, 20, whatever. You're hiring a college kid for the summer. I just wanted some clarification on,
Yeah, you could put the minimum wages the first 90 days of their employment, whether it's temporary or not, seasonal, I should say.
Okay.
At the $7.75.
Now, is that anybody, like a
There's
30-year-old?
there's no age limit on that. It's the first
Okay.
90 days.
The first 90 days. Okay.
And that's the state standard.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trustee Wilk, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just was confused. You were saying $7.75. It says $8.25 up there.
That's right. So the minimum wage for 17 and under in the first 90 days is actually 50 cents less than the minimum wage for everybody else.
Okay, so 17 and under is $7.75.
Okay, yeah.
The others are $8.25. Okay.
So going back to the college kid, the 20-year-old will go at $8.25, and
Yeah.
the 91st day would jump to $10 or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's correct.
And anybody who's on sort of a probationary period, like
That's the 90 days.
That's the 90 days, even if they're just a new employee and they want to say you're on this wage for 90
And
days.
it would be $7.75, not $8.25 the first 90 days, even the college kid.
For a 20-year-old.
For a 20-year-old. So an 18-year-old you can work, or a 17-year-old can work 365 days, and they get $7.75 because of age.
Right.
Anybody that's 18 or older, their first 90 days of employment, no matter what, you could be 40 years old. It could be $7.75.
Could be $7.75.
Could be $7.75.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
And this is technical. Whether or not you're part-time, full-time, weekends, I mean, you have to be there 90 days, or is that like a 90-day period?
No, it's a 90-day period. It's the
Okay.
90 consecutive days. You don't have to work 90
You don't
consecutive days.
have to work
It's
90
that first
days
90
to accrue
days.
that.
Right,
Okay.
it's that first 90.
Okay.
That would be terrible.
Okay. Well, I just,
That would violate a couple other laws.
And I assume then once you accrue it, you've accrued it. So, I mean, if you had college student that you hired the first year and then you hired them the second year. So once you accrue, it's not isn't an annual accrual?
You're talking about sick leave now?
The 90 days. So is it just your first 90 days
Actually,
of employment, and then if you were to come back, if you have a college student who works over the summer and then they come back and work over winter break, or they come back and work next summer, how does that work?
There actually isn't. I looked that up. There is no direct guidance on that.
Okay.
So that. But I think the practical effect is once you've disengaged your employment, probably for another 90 days, or said I'm not coming back until next year, you start afresh. You start new.
I just want to say this just this just shows how confusing this is for
Yeah. Right, and we've been
our small businesses who don't have an attorney here with them.
Well, and we've all been reading about it
Exactly.
for 2+ weeks. Okay, so let's move on here. So talk about opting out. We heard tonight, I think I said 81, and Mr. Provenzalo had said 82 municipalities have opted out. What's opting out all about? What are we doing here?
So opting out, the Illinois Constitution specifically says that a county ordinance, unless the county ordinance conflicts with an ordinance of municipality, it'll be in effect. So essentially, when a municipal ordinance, quote unquote, conflicts with some county regulation, the municipal ordinance will be in control within its territory. So what we are doing by quote unquote opting out, that's the language that has been passed around throughout the municipalities that started this, is creating a conflict. We are saying that our regulations are in direct conflict with the county regulations, therefore they apply within the village. We're not creating our own regulations. We're just saying we're keeping the state regulations and they conflict. They are not our own regulations, essentially. They are just reverting back. We have the constitutional authority to do that. We definitely have the constitutional authority to do that as a home rule unit. There is some argument whether or not non-home rule units do, but that doesn't apply here. We are a home rule unit.
Okay.
So we clearly have that authority to do so.
So you
And that's
answered
what's
my
on the
question, which was going to be, is this clear cut? It is clear cut.
This is clear cut. This is the actual constitutional language under the home rule section for local governments.
All right, so are there other questions? This is the end of Mr. Stein's first memo. The other one is much shorter. Are there any questions at this moment? And again, he's not going anywhere, so if we've got questions that come up. Any other questions right now on sort of the technical aspects of the ordinances, the county's authority, our authority, and what opting out's all about? Okay, so let's move on to the second memo that you provided.
So the second
This is
memo,
much shorter, I promise.
It is much shorter. There were 2 referenda over the last, it would be 3 years now, that came up regarding these 2 issues.
Yeah.
The first referenda was on November 4th, 2014, and it was a statewide referendum. That means every voter in the state of Illinois got to vote on this. And the actual question, quote unquote, shall the minimum wage in Illinois for adults over the age of 18 be raised to $10 per hour by January 1st, 2015? And there was a pretty resounding yes throughout the state, as well as here in New Trier Township, as well as in Wilmette.
So what was Wilmette's percentage on that?
The percentage that I calculated, which is not the official county percentage, is about 70.7%.
Right, and that's because you left out that one little small Northfield township.
That's correct. There's Northfield Township. I couldn't figure out how many voters were in that township.
It's a big precinct but only like 10 or 12 voters.
I think it's 12.
Bunker Lane and the like.
Right.
Okay.
So that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, go ahead. So the second referendum.
The second referendum was the one that also alluded to 6 months ago. Was a county-wide referendum. That means every voter in Cook County got to vote. But the question was, shall Illinois enact an Earned Sick Time for Employees Act, which will allow Illinois workers to earn up to 40 hours of sick time a year to take care of their own health or a family member's health. That, again, was passed pretty resounding throughout the state. Suburban Cook County, as well as Wilmette, was about 73.6%. But again, that language did say that the state was going to enact this, and the state did enact something. It wasn't exactly what this language was, but they did enact that employee sick time statute that I referred to earlier.
Okay, so I guess the takeaway for board members here is the referenda language was different in a number of respects. One, it was statewide. And at least on the minimum wage, it was $10 instead of Cook County's is 13 plus CPI. And then on the sick leave one, conceptual sick leave's good, but, there were some details in our discussion that people might not or might not have thought about. I mean, when I read something like this, I think full-time employees, not, 2 hours a week. But conceptually, people are okay with this at the statewide, more than okay with it, very much in favor of it. And then the minimum wage of $10 got a lot of support.
You're absolutely correct. So what's also important to note is that these are advisory referenda, not binding. So they do give a kind of an idea, is what Commissioner Sufferton alluded to, is an idea of what the community and the public wants to see. But this is by no means the specifics of what was enacted at a later point.
Right. This isn't these referenda were not directly responsive, if you will, to the county's actions.
That's correct. Well, I would say the other way, or the county may not have been directly responding to the yes.
Okay. All right. Any questions? Trustee Leonard.
Mr. Stein, did I hear you say that the state did, in fact, enact some sort of sick leave
yes. That was alluded to when I was talking about the Bernardi case, the new statute. On January 1st, 2017 was the Employee Sick Leave Act. It doesn't mandate that you get any time, but what it does mandate is that I can take sick leave not only for myself, but I can take it for my child, my grandparent, my wife, which was not the case before that.
It's just unpaid.
It's either unpaid or if you have sick leave in your policy, paid or not. So the way before 2017, there was policies, and this was the standard, really at least in the municipal world, the standard was if you're sick, you can take the time. But you can't take the time if your kid's sick. You have to take a vacation day or another day or be unpaid.
So that really doesn't go to what we're trying to discuss tonight.
Right. It doesn't especially say you mandate any time whatsoever. It just says you can use sick time for other things than just yourself.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Dodd.
I just want to add one more thing, because you were going through for the minimum wage referendum. But so you were talking about the fact that it applied for the state of Illinois, not, as
right.
well as it was a set rate of $10. But isn't the age also different, which is because the Cook County ordinance is under age 18? And this is...
It is worded, I believe it is worded in a way that says 19-year-olds.
I think some business owners have been concerned because there is a difference in age.
So the way that reads, it's 19. It's not 18.
It is 19.
Yeah.
This is an ordinance at 19.
Yeah.
That's the way the referendum reads, but I don't know what the intent of that was.
Right. That probably was...
It could have been just language error.
Yeah. So, Mr. Stein, who were these referenda for? I mean, who's supposed to be reading these, and who's supposed to be doing something about it?
The state of Illinois, the General Assembly.
So
these are directed at legislation being done at a state level by the General Assembly.
Who put the minimum wage? I know Cook County put the sick leave referendum on the ballot. Who put the minimum wage referendum on the ballot?
I do not know.
Was it the General Assembly that did that?
I don't know if they did or not.
Okay.
There was no information I could find as to who put that on the
Okay. All right. So any other questions, again, for the moment, for Mr. Stein on either of those two memos? I think that gives a pretty good sort of grounding, not only for us, but for anybody who's watching on TV or anybody who's here. This is what we're talking about tonight, right? Okay. Yeah, that's right. We didn't use the map. That's the map, and that's probably not updated for 82. Is that map?
No, I believe 81.
That has 81 on it. Okay, so that's the map of Cook County. Just for people's, the blue are non-home rule units. The brown are communities that have opted out. The crosshatch are unincorporated Cook County, so they don't have a body which could opt out. And then the non-colored, except for the city itself, if you see it, are the areas that have not opted out, where the county ordinance would apply. Did I get all that right?
They are home rule entities, I believe, that have not opted out.
Right, home rule entities that have not opted out. Okay. All right. So if the trustees are okay, I'm going to move on to public comment. Okay. So I have a few words to say before people get going here. I would just like to share some thoughts which may help the speakers, when they address the board. The discussion of the minimum wage is often cast as business versus labor, but really economic activity is a partnership, and I think in Wilmette we think about partnerships and working together. So it's a partnership between business owners, employees, and customers, and without the participation of all three groups, there's no business to do, there's no transactions to complete, there's no wages to be earned. So, if you think about the role of each of these groups, business owners have an idea and provide a product or a service, and they provide economic opportunity to their workers that help them deliver that. And then customers get to decide whether or not they're willing to pay the price being asked. Without customers, no businesses and no wages for workers. So government, us, the county, we are also partners in economic activity as our regulations determine the rules of engagement. And government's role is to find that appropriate balance so that we encourage economic activity, but at the same time we protect workers and consumers. And how we do our job matters. And that's what we're here tonight to talk about. We're looking for the right answer for our community versus picking a side and, we're siding with these guys, we're siding with this guy. No, we're looking for the right answer because we all share the same goal of increased economic opportunity for all. Now, prior to tonight's meeting, we received many emails from people expressing their opinions on the matter. We also received and reviewed significant materials on the minimum wage. So if you see one of us at a cocktail party and you want to talk minimum wage, we are ready. And that included, by the way, both viewpoints. I was a person who picked a bunch of articles from leading economists because their studies, frankly, are really hard to read. And it was a balance of people in favor of the minimum wage and people more cautious about the minimum wage. But what's important for you all to understand, and people have said it tonight, is our meeting is not about the minimum wage or mandatory paid sick leave in general. It's about the appropriateness of these two county ordinances for our village. I personally support, and I think most, if not all, of my colleagues on the village board support an increase of the minimum wage at the state level. But the question before us tonight is whether or not this is the right way to increase the minimum wage in Wilmette. And our discussion's already highlighted some of the issues. Some of the speakers have brought some of these issues up. So my suggestion would be, if you have time in your remarks, talk about two things. One is, there really wasn't a lot of study done on how this would affect communities like Wilmette. And then you've also heard from the chamber that they're very concerned about the uneven playing field that we're going to be part of now with, our neighbors, Glenview, for example, where the border is, Lake and Laramie, a little bit further than that. Should we be worried about that? So those are two elements. If you could add them to your comments, that would be great. So let me ask how many people here tonight would like to address the board on this matter? Let me just do a show of hands so I can count. Somebody else count too. Sorry.
A bunch.
Well, I see 14 on this side. 16, 18, 20, 20, 24-ish. Always have to be exact.
I got 31.
Okay.
So it's about 30.
Say
Say 30 something. Okay. So
Is it the state or the county?
yeah, no, it's right. Okay, so there's 30 people that would like to address the group. I'm going to ask speakers to limit their comments to 3 minutes. With 30-ish speakers, 3 minutes each, that's 90 minutes. That's an hour and a half. It's 9:15 now. That'd put us at 10:45. So if we can limit ourselves to 3 minutes, we will be done with public comment at 10:45. So I'm also going to stipulate that given the size of the group, everybody's going to get one chance to address the board. We won't have let me respond to that guy. And just so you know, you are talking to us. You're not talking to the person who spoke 3 people ahead of you. You're not turning around and asking somebody, or posing a rhetorical question to another person in the room. So There are a lot of people tonight. We want to be as efficient as possible. Please be considerate. Keep your comments brief. I'm going to task the village manager, assistant village manager, to actually time you, and one of them will raise their hand to give you a notice that you're about 2.5 minutes. Please do not feel like you have to use all of your time. If you just want to say, I agree with the woman who just spoke, that would be welcomed. It would get all of us out of here a little bit earlier. But again, there are people that I want to give everybody a chance to speak tonight. Did we put a sheet at the podium? Okay, all right. So when you come up, please state your name and state it clearly. We'd like our minutes to reflect who spoke tonight, and the clerk will desperately be trying to take things down or listening to the tape afterwards. So what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to go row by row, and I'm just going to move down the room. So if you were lucky enough to sit up front, you're going to speak earlier. If you're sitting in the back, it's going to be a little later. And no moving around here.
If I'd known, I would have got the room.
So nobody else switch seats, please. All right. Are we ready? Okay, so I'm going to start. Obviously, the county officials have already spoken. Sir, you're in the front row. You're first if you'd like to speak. Welcome, and thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you for listening to me. My name is Peter Nussbaum, Nussbaum. I live at 2547 Laurel Lane in Wilmette. I have a collection of more than 60 years of tax payments. I mention tax payments because one of the things that has not been mentioned is that were this to be adopted, it would negatively impact all taxpayers of Illinois, of Wilmette. Why? Because if businesses have to meet higher costs and go out of business, and we have empty stores, we are not generating any revenue from them. Therefore, in order to meet the village's budgets, you would have to raise the levy on your part of our tax bill. I protest that. I do not think a minimum wage is called for. If people want to pay higher wages, they can do it through a selection of merit. The better worker gets better pay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go like this. So I'll start with this row. Who wants to speak in the second row here? Mr. Weiermuller, do you want to speak too? Okay, so both of you would go up. We're going to go by row. We'll take everybody. We'll put them at the podium, and Chris, you're second.
Yeah, next speaker, so we can go right through this.
Exactly.
Here. I got my stopwatch going. Mark Weiermuller, Lawndale Street, Wilmette. I want to opt out of this. It seems like a lot of confusion from the talk here, so I would opt out. And because you guys seem very confused on what we're even doing, it's one reason just to opt out right away. I was at the meeting last week in Des Plaines. They voted 6-1 to opt out after 4 hours of public comment. It was very good comment. There were a lot of people outside the community that were brought in to advocate for this. On this referendum, I don't even remember voting on this. And referendums in general are usually worded and put on the ballot by people who are advocating for a certain agenda. So I would not trust this referendum at all. I never even understand them when I vote for them. I usually don't vote at all on them. So I would not trust a referendum at all, in my opinion. 82 towns are opting out. I was thinking this 13 might not be enough. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. Why not go 100 an hour or 200 an hour? I mean, how do we just make people rich instantly here? So I'm being sarcastic, but I just don't like the idea of government trying to force these wages. My kids have all worked for the Park District in Wilmette, probably the largest employer, I'm guessing. And so if we're going to have to pay more for Park District employees, it's going to either raise taxes or cut the number of, maybe we'll have less counselors, who knows. Sounds like there's a lot of confusion. USA Today has an article about Seattle having negative effects from their minimum wage. We have a declining population in Chicago. There's 14,000 less kids in Chicago public schools. People are leaving Chicago. They're leaving Chicago because of stuff like this. I talked about opting out of the beverage wage. You're talking about home rule. I question whether we can opt out of the beverage wage, so I'm not sure if your opinion's solid on that. No offense. I was in Michigan City over the weekend. No tax on food, 7% sales tax on non-food. People are going to shop more in Indiana. It's going to be bad. I ask that we opt out. Perhaps a better solution would be to cut the size, scope, and cost of government so we can have more money that way than rather than forcing business owners out of Wilmette. Thank you. I hope to vote opt out.
Thank you. And I'm just going to make a comment. If there's any sort of misstatements that people make, or if they ask rhetorical questions, I'll keep track of them. But we don't have time for me to state back. And I would also appreciate if the audience didn't. Nobody did there, but if someone makes a misstatement, just let it slide, and you can cover it when you speak, or we can cover it later. Mr. Carabas, welcome.
Thank you, everybody. Chris Carabas. I speak on behalf of my wife and I, who own the Rock House, which is a music school and coffee shop. And till tonight, I didn't realize there was a threat of a boycott had I shown up as a business owner. I certainly hope that's not true. Part of my comments are to hopefully bring people together and help them understand. As a business owner, I see the marketplace doing its job, taking care of the minimum wage requirement. We need to pay people considerable amount over minimum wage to attract good employees. The people of Wilmette demand good service, and the only issue I see, we already exceed minimum wage by plenty. But what instigating the minimum wage would do would take away dollars that we could reward. It takes about 3 to 5 months to identify an employee who's going to be really good and have a position with our company where they could grow with us. If we don't have those extra dollars per hour to reward the ones that are stepping up and showing promise, we have a continuous cycle of mediocre employees and declining service, which hurts our sales. So as a business owner, I prefer to have the flexibility to allocate those dollars per hour to the people that deserve it. It would enhance our service and our business and allow us to contribute to the communities more than we even do in charitable causes. So we are not, this is not about greed, trust me. We tell our kids more times than not what they can't do than what we're going to do with all this money. We don't have it. It's a fallacy if you own a business, you have unlimited amounts of cash. It's certainly not true. The Rock House is an exaggerated hobby for us. But the minimum wage we meet and exceed, and the marketplace is handling that, and I believe will continue to do so. The mandatory paid sick leave, or what amounts to as a vacation, paid vacation per year, is something we just simply can't cover. And I invite anyone who would threat a boycott of the Rock House, I will buy you coffee tomorrow. I will open my books and show you where this would be quite damaging for us However, when we see employees that are showing their worth, we will go above and beyond to keep them. Anyone that owns a small business knows that the staff is an extension of family. We have ours to our house at Christmas for dinner. These are not people we're trying to fight against. From day one, we've been trying to find a way to give health care to everyone. The money's not there. We keep trying. We've invited insurance people to come. It's just not there. Even at the expense of us taking a wage, which we don't. We have not taken a penny from our business in the form of compensation. So this is really not about us against them. And we're for health insurance. We're for high wages. We're for paid sick leave. We just can't. The money's not there unless you want a $7 latte. Thank you. I hope I didn't go over the 3.
No, you were just rolling over it there.
We don't have a sign that says billions served. So one addition, the lack of exemption for small business is outrageous. I will go on record saying that, and find it funny that Cook County is exempt, but micro businesses are not. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carabas. All right, so second row on the right side, how many people want to speak? If you guys would all go and line up, and that way we can knock off the row. I apologize to the person who's last in line who may have to stand for 10 minutes, but it'll make it work better. really appreciate the county officials hanging on. You guys don't, you guys are free to go whatever you want. But all right, welcome.
Thank you. I want to start out by thanking my name is Mike Kerrigan. I'm president of FJ Kerrigan Plumbing Company. I want to thank the staff, board of trustees, and president for your dedication and service. We're a third-generation family business in Wilmette. We've been based in Wilmette for 68 years. We employ an average around 50 employees. We successfully operate our business on the values instilled by my family in those 60 years under the premise that we treat our employees well, and they in turn treat our customers well. I want to start out by saying that I'm definitely in favor of a increased minimum wage. We pay our employees in excess of the 2020 wage on their starting wage. However, most of our employees are covered by CBA, so generally they're exempt from this organization, or they're exempt from all these ordinances. But our office staff who live and work in who work in Wilmette, and our warehouse staff are not. What I find problematic with this ordinance is mostly the mandatory paid sick leave. It's been a practice for businesses over the years to switch from vacation and sick time to paid time off. Because of the abuse of paid sick time, it turns into vacation time. We find often that employees will use that all up, and then if they're sick, they're still coming to work. It's also problematic on seasonal employees, especially with the accrual, and the carryover. Even if the employee comes back the next year, they're going to, especially if they're a seasonal employee, they could physically take that as their last 4 days off paid time. This happens with service businesses who have outages or non-work days for weather, for lack of work. Construction industry, there's always a lack of work, and sometimes employees sit. These days would be taken as that. So it's very problematic. The second point of the mandatory sick leave is it's very cumbersome for the record keeping, and unless you have a payroll service, this could be very problematic. But thank you. I ask you to opt out of this on behalf of the businesses of Wilmette. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kerrigan. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Laura Saleh. I live at 930 Chestnut. I'm here representing Wilmette Small Business and a 24-year resident of Wilmette. And I'm also a Chamber Board member of Wilmette Chamber of Commerce. If I could, I'm going to read the letter that I submitted to several of the board members. I understand that many of the people here are not in favor of this new law. Believe that Wilmette should enforce the new law. I wonder how many of these residents, though, who are in favor actually have run a small business and implemented payroll themselves. If they had, they might more easily understand the hardships this will cause, and let me give some examples. I want to begin by saying that all of our employees are currently being paid more than the minimum wage, and that I offer PTO or paid time off to all my regular employees, full or part-time. Our lowest starting salaries for jobs that require a minimum of just a high school degree is $15 an hour. And all new employees are given the equivalent of 3 paid weeks off, which translates to 15 paid days off for full-time and 3 times the number of days you work. So, for example, if you're a 2-day-a-week employee in my office, you get 6 days paid off beginning on your first day. Additionally, employees earn an additional week for every 5 years of service, capping at 6 weeks of paid time off. And I have several employees currently who have reached that, because we have several employees who have worked for us for 25 plus years. So we must not be doing something too terribly. I load these days all up front at the beginning of the year. For example, one of my nurses wanted to go abroad in January, and she took 15 of her 25 days in January. I was at risk that she could have quit the next month, but that's what I did because that's what I think the right thing is to do. I also allowed unpaid excused absence days at prearranged and covered. I found that when I named days as either sick or vacation days, that employees who want to use sick days for doctor's visits or helping elderly family members go for sick visits call me that morning, forcing me to scramble at 6 a.m. calling looking for replacements. I simply don't have the depth to replace those people at 6 o'clock in the morning, and trust me, it happens more than it should. It has helped my workflow by allowing my employees to schedule those days off as soon as they know that they need that day, thus allowing for better coverage overall. I really don't want to know the reason why they take a day off, and I find fewer last-minute calls helps me keep my workflow in place. If we're to do all the hourly calculations, I will need to use a payroll service to help with these details. I've been running our payroll successfully for 28 years, paying taxes, et cetera, with the help of our accountant, thus saving hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years. Most payroll services charge between 4 and 6% of payroll. That equates to $40,000 to $60,000 a year for our payroll and our business. We simply can't afford to absorb that. I also currently, you mentioned, Chris, the health insurance. We currently pay 100% for health care for our employees. I'm very proud to say it's a hardship. It's a hardship. We pay $15,000 a month for 9 employees to be covered for health insurance. If we have to implement this new payroll change, I'm not going to be able to continue that. So I respectfully thank you for your time. We bought a building at 4th and Linden that was dilapidated. I'd appreciate the support of the board to allow us to keep our business going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Tracy Kearney, and I'm a resident of Glenview, but I'm actually a member of the Wilmette Chamber, as I do business here in Wilmette. I'm speaking from a different perspective. I'm here basically as a patron of Wilmette and highly involved in the community. I have some personal stories to share. As I was reading this entire thing, all I could think about, in my years in Wilmette, I've been here in Glenview, but going to Wilmette and involved in Wilmette have been 13 years of highly involved practice. It's ironic, and Mr. Kravis isn't here. He hasn't paid me to say these things, nor have any of these other small business community members. I want to remind everyone, and I'm not doing this for attention, I was the president of the Ramona PTA. I was the treasurer of the Ramona PTA. I've been the president of the Education Foundation. I've been the chair of the Grit Grant Committee. I've done a number of fundraising activities in this village. Guess where we go? Kerrigan Plumbing, Dr. Sally's office. I have a personal story about the Kravitz family. We started, Ramona After Schools clubs. We would not have been able to start the clubs without Mr. Kravis and Margie. They donated all music instruments to that, and I do get choked up about this because I can't imagine the burden that we put on these community members, these businesses. They donated every guitar, every keyboard, every instrument for the children there to play, for us to start up clubs at Ramona. We built a playground at Ramona for the early childhood playground. Guess who gave us, I was chair of that, Crate and Barrel, when they were in Plaza del Lago, gave me their space, bought the wine for the event, sent out the invitations, and gave everyone a parting Crate and Barrel gift for coming. We raised over $30,000 for that playground and helped our school district in that way. Kerrigan Plumbing, I think, is asked every year to sponsor the Education Foundation's Distinguished Citizen event. And pretty much every year they say yes. Not to mention North Shore Community Bank. Have you seen their name on the back or on anything sponsored? Not to mention the Chamber businesses here, who sponsor the Summerfest, the Wine Walk, or whatever it's called, the Pub Crawl, etc., all on behalf of this community and to attract people here. That is on their expense. I have walked into the Garrisons, that's the Noodle, and Depot Nuevo, probably 6 times a year. I'm here again, Ann. Is it okay? We're having a raffle. Would you mind donating? Now, one question. Of course, Tracy.
You could wrap
we'll do
up
anything. Anyway, my point is, are we going to put this burden? One more thing. They support us in so many ways. And I've done a soft analysis. Everyone I've talked to pays more than minimum wage. They have not had to been told what to do. I'd really appreciate you considering this and getting better and more information before you make any kind of decision. The decision to opt in. We can opt out and opt in later. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jim Griffith. I live on Glendenning. We've heard quite a bit from business people telling us what the effect is on business. This is a bill that affects business, and it also affects people. And the 70% of the people in this town on some non-binding vote said that they favored this minimum wage, some similar minimum wage. We have to think that if somebody's getting $9 or $10 an hour, that's not something that people can live on. You cannot live on maybe that's $19,000 or $20,000 a year. These people, these businesses are getting their employees supplemented by Medicaid. These people that are making $20,000 a year have to go to Medicaid and some other government program, perhaps. We've heard these arguments that this is going to drive us out of business. They didn't have to make these up for what they're saying to you tonight. They've said this. They've dusted this argument off every time they have been faced with something, some reasonable regulation, something that would help the public or the environment. Let's just remember that this is about the people. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is David Lerner. I'm a citizen of Wilmette. I live on Birchwood Lane. I would suggest, and I would recommend, that the village choose to opt out of the city ordinance. I'd like to list my reasons as briefly as possible. The village very kindly collected a large body of data. There are some statistics in there which I think are very valid, which perhaps were not in the booklet in a large amount of data. This is a National Public Radio website, PBS, 64%, this is in America, of individuals at or near the minimum wage do not work full-time. That is, by increasing the minimum wage, you're not magically lifting people out of poverty. According to the New York Times website, and I have it here from 2004, only 19% of minimum wage workers are the full-time wage earners for their family. Once again, when you lift the minimum wage, you're not magically lifting people out of poverty. Now, there may be people here today who will speak earnestly and honestly what great benefits increase in the minimum wage will be to them individually. And all those people who will say that will be correct. None of them will be lying. They will all be honest in saying what benefits they would receive. However, we have to look at the entire system, the entire village of Wilmette, and we must understand that the plural of anecdote is not data. We will hear multiple anecdotes from people who advocate staying with this ordinance, and they're all valid, and they're all true, and they should be respected. But once again, the plural of anecdote is not data. Yesterday morning, I woke up in the Washington Post website and saw the following. A very credible news study on Seattle's $15 minimum wage has very bad news for liberals. This was yesterday morning's Washington Post. I'll read this very briefly. I know my time is already running out. When Seattle officials voted 3 years ago to incrementally boost the city's minimum wage to $15 an hour, they'd hoped to improve the lives of low-income workers. Yet, according to a major new study that could force economists to reassess past research on the issue, the hike has had the opposite effect. I suggest people here this evening go home and Google Seattle minimum wage research. Also, there's another effect, which nobody has mentioned here tonight, about this possible increase in wages of the minimum wage. Cui bono is Latin for whose benefit. There are many contracts, union contracts, that are linked to the minimum wage.
Start wrapping up, please.
Yes, sir. I would suggest that people should understand that even individuals who aren't at the minimum wage, employers would be forced to pay their employees much higher wages based on the linkage between certain contracts based upon the minimum wage. People can go home and Google that. Why do unions support minimum wage hikes? The plural of anecdote is not data. I believe the full total of the data would show that the village should opt out of this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we're through that second row. The third row on the right side, who'd like to speak? And if you would just come up and line up, that would be great. Just anybody else in that row? Just Mr. Zier? Okay.
I'm not that good. Thank you for having this conversation tonight.
You should still introduce
Oh,
yourself.
I'm sorry.
Even though,
I'm Dave
even
Zier. My wife Denise and I own Zier's Prime Meats in Wilmette. We've been here for 32 years. We also live in Wilmette. We've raised 3 kids. Before we had our store, it's been a meat market since the late 1800s. We employ 4 full-time employees, 7 part-time employees. All the full-time employees and part-time employees are paid higher than the current minimum wage. Currently, our full-time employees are given paid leave and health insurance. Denise and I are 2 of the full-time employees for 32 years. One of our other full-time employees has been with us for 8 years, the other for 5. And while we understand this law is attempting to ensure employees are paid a fair living wage, it fails to take into consideration the impact on the small mom and pop businesses. Our major concern with this is the part-time employee aspect. The bulk of our part-time employees are students living with their parents. They're not adults trying to pay rent or a mortgage, nor are they going to make a career out of working part-time for Zier's. Excuse me. These part-time jobs were intended for students living with their parents or adults wanting to subsidize their income. In other words, entry-level jobs. Here's a few ways this new law would adversely affect our business. Requiring us to start our part-time employees at the $10 an hour or $9.50 an hour, raising to $13, would seriously make us reevaluate our decision in hiring high school students. We've had the pleasure of hiring a great number of high school-age part-time employees over these last 32 years, many of whom come back to visit either as parents raising families in or near Wilmette, or now have their own family members working for us as customers themselves, possibly. We like to work with these students in fitting hours into their work and extracurricular schedule, which is daunting at times. To start new, young, unskilled employees who've probably never had a job in their life at a higher rate of pay, it's just not cost effective. If they're good enough, we're going to pay them more, and we do now. We feel the new law will make it a lot harder for young employees to find part-time work here in Wilmette. The required paid time off for part-time employees is another added expense to our small business. Not just the direct financial hit to us personally, but take into consideration new accounting software and training. We don't have a big bookkeeping firm. She's sitting right there. And it's just another cost we have to absorb. The increase in pay would not just be the hourly wage. You'd see increase in workman's comp, Social Security and Medicare, both federal and state contributions. It adds a lot more than just the proposed $13 an hour wage. And unless someone's had to make a payroll, they're not aware of the additional costs beyond the actually hourly wage.
Mr. Zier, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
We just feel that we should opt out. We would love to have you guys opt out. And you've taken care of the business community so well. We hope you continue. And we trust you. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so we're on the we're done with that row. So we're on the third row on the left side. 2 individuals. Either of you want to speak? Ma'am? Ma'am, you were on you. Do you want to speak? No? Okay. All right, so we'll go to the 4th row. Anybody there? Okay, so everybody wants to speak there. Please come up.
Good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Dilnaz Warich, and I'm speaking on the behalf of the Wilmette Interfaith Religious Leaders, WIRL. It's a mix of clergy and lay people based in Wilmette and one in Morton Grove. And we just wanted to thank you for being here and addressing this low-wage workers for higher minimum wage and earning sick leave. Wilmette has always been chosen to act in the best interest of towards all workers and citizens of Wilmette and advocating for the stability for families in our community. Rural is deeply distressed about the current policies which lead to destruction of the Wilmette workers. So I'm going to give different perspectives from the Jewish, the Christian, and the Muslim perspectives that have written this letter. So the Jewish perspective teaches that the sages of the Talmud recognized that familiar lessons of motivation is proportional to the compensation. When people are paid more than the going rate, they are naturally motivated to work harder. When they are paid less, their motivation is naturally suffers, unless they are provided better working conditions. While the Jewish tradition doesn't interfere with wage negotiations, I'm sorry, I'm really nervous, negotiations between employer and employee, it does recognize that it's just not reasonable to pay a qualified worker a substandard salary and expect him or her to work at a level that is not fairly compensated by its peers. Well, looking at the Christian perspective, it understands that Jesus Christ was a low-wage worker, just like too many workers in Wilmette. These workers who provide need services, but who usually receive wages so low that they cannot keep a family out of poverty. Jobs should lift workers out of poverty, not keep them here. We sometimes justify poverty wages by assuming certain workers are not worth more, but worthy of living wages. But all workers are people of God, made in images of God. The Islamic perspective. It's not a paternalistic relationship, but a patron-client relationship, but one of equals where each has responsibility to the other. The Prophet Muhammad reported, "Our employers are your brothers upon whom God has given you authority. So as an employer, as another person under his control, he or she should feed him like he would feed himself and clothe him like he would clothe himself, and not overburden them or yourself." So WIRL, which is the Wilmette Interfaith Religious Leaders, urges you to take into confidence that our community will still remain a beacon of hope, while the workers for keeping in fear of minimum wages and being paid for their sick days. Fairness and justice towards workers is a noble cause and an act that leads to a community that is productive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we've got that side done. So we're on the fourth row here. Anybody in the fourth row that wanted to speak, please come up. Yep. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Gail Schnitzer Eisenberg, and I am a Wilmette resident. I am an employer of one covered employee, and I am also a New Trier Township trustee. I'm here to give the perspective of the township in this area where there's intergovernmental concern.
Let me just clarify. Are you speaking on your behalf or on behalf of the New Trier Township?
I am speaking as a New Trier Township trustee. That's where this data has come from.
Okay, but you're not, like, the township board didn't vote to say, here's
No.
your statement. You're using data from New Trier Township, but you're speaking on your own behalf.
Yes, I sought this information during the June public meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
To give you context, in order to qualify for emergency financial assistance from the township, an individual must make under $25,848. That's 225% of the 2013 poverty levels. For a family of four, it's $52,992 annually. In perspective, a full-time minimum wage earner earns $17,160 per year. If there were two wage earners in that family, they would be making just $34,320 a year. As these statistics show you, these people still need to receive emergency financial and food assistance in order to make ends meet. The ordinance under the Cook County Board has passed does not approach a living wage to make sure that these families can feed their children, but it does make a big step towards it. A living wage is a combination of our food, our child care costs, our housing costs, and our transportation costs and other necessities. This increase in minimum wage will be an important first step as a part of a collective activity that must occur in our community to ensure that all of our residents can help themselves and ensure that they can help their families. We have 100 residents here in Wilmette who are registered pantry users. 33 of those are heads of households with dependent children. This is not just about the high school worker who is exempt from this ordinance, but instead is about families who live and work in our communities. As I mentioned, I'm a township trustee. I represent Wilmette, Winnetka, Glencoe, Kenilworth, parts of Glenview, and Northfield. Only of those area municipalities, only Glenview has opted out. This community has decided that we want our neighbors to do better, and we deserve to have our neighbors do better. I do expect our Wilmette to be a beacon. As the Chamber spoke here today, there was an increased concern amongst our community's businesses, and I'm proud to support our community's businesses as much as I can. But that survey showed only 23 out of its 180 members cared enough to respond to that survey. I am proud that the majority of our community's businesses are already paying more than the minimum wage and are offering increased benefits. I do not think that we are going to see as much of a harm on July 1st as Mr. Provenzano would like us to believe. July 1st might be a tough day for businesses, and I understand that it will be, and I hope to be there to buy more items, as I hope other people in this room will as well. But it's a tough day every day for these families who cannot make ends meet. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Nelson Howard. I live at 831 Hibbard in Wilmette, and I've lived here for 45 years. So I've seen a lot of good things done by this village over the years. In listening to this, I actually have been affected as far as my opinion about some of this because there are things that I wasn't aware of. For instance, the paid sick leave as being connected to this. That's something that I wasn't concerned about. But the minimum wage concept to me seemed only fair to raise it to a level that is more in line with the realities of the world. And I thought it was interesting that the Chamber of Commerce spokesperson talked about the disasters that'll happen, but other people had asked for data and had talked about data, but I didn't hear any real data on that. It was just sort of an opinion that many things are going to be awful. So that wasn't very convincing. But some of the business people, speaking individually, I can hear what they're saying. I empathize with that and can understand that this is a difficult thing. But there is a minimum wage, and in fact, the minimum wage of $8.25 is what these businesses have been using as their standard, and they're all, according to the Chamber of Commerce, the figure 99% was thrown. I don't know if that's real or not, but a large majority of people already pay more than the minimum wage. So this is a good thing in Wilmette that there is more than the minimum wage being paid. We're not in a position where our businesses are all going to be hammered because all of a sudden they're having to pay all their employees much more money than they were before because they already are paying more than the minimum wage. So there's an $8.25 standard that they've been using, and it seems to me that just as that standard of $8.25 has been used to measure and to gauge the amount of money they pay their more valued employees as time goes on, this new set of wages will be something that can be worked with. It may be difficult, but it's certainly nothing, I don't think, that's going to destroy any businesses in this town. I think this town is capable of supporting any new fees or things that may come out of this, because I think the public goes for the quality of the work that these people do, which is all superior to most of the butcher shops and restaurants in the area. People are going to keep coming here, so I'm for opting in, staying in, but but I hope that this Board of Trustees will continue to perhaps keep an eye on this and think if there's ways that it can make it more workable for the merchants and the small business owners to operate in this town with these new parameters. I think that would be a very worthwhile thing for you to, now that you've heard so much of this, to continue to pay attention to it and to try to help these businesses as much as you can. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mary Rita Lickey. I live at 3330 Lake Street in Skokie, and I want to thank you for allowing me to speak here this evening. I am a member of two organizations that worked very hard to get this ordinance passed at the county board level, and that is why I'm here this evening. We learned tonight, and I did not know for sure that this was the case, that SB 81 has, we know that it passed both houses, and it has now been sent to Governor Rauner for his signature. I would like to ask you to please, and I believe you indicated that all or most of you support a higher minimum wage at the state level. And I would like to ask you to please consider how your vote tonight will influence Governor Rauner's thinking about whether or not he should sign this bill into law. The current law, the current minimum wage of $8.25 an hour, if a person works full-time, leads to an annual income of $16,500. That is below the qualifying threshold for Medicaid, which that income for 2017 is $16,643, or 138% of the poverty level. By allowing the minimum wage to stay at $8.25 per hour, we are allowing businesses to pay poverty wages. And I believe, although Commissioner Sufferton spoke about other reasons that they passed this ordinance, I believe that one of the reasons is that they made a rational choice to raise the minimum wage in the county after determining that wage earners with this income frequently had to rely on government programs to meet their basic needs: housing, food, medical care, and health insurance. It is unconscionable that we allow that to continue. And I ask you to please not opt out. I am very proud of my village, Skokie, because they have not opted out, and I believe Evanston has not either. So for the people who spoke to neighboring villages, there are examples of neighboring villages who have maintained and stayed with this ordinance. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming to Wilmette. Okay, so if that's that row, I think we're on, Ms. Haupt, I think we're on your row. So anybody in that row that would like to speak, please step on up right now. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Allison Hout. I live on Maple Avenue in Wilmette. I am the co-president of the League of Women Voters of Wilmette, and I am speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Wilmette tonight. 2 weeks ago, the League of Women Voters asked you to remove from the consent agenda the village ordinance to opt out of the Cook County minimum wage and earned sick time requirements. We stated that it was necessary to immediately begin the examination and discussion of this ordinance. We thank the board for sharing with the community via the website materials related to this matter over the past 10 days. We know you have heard from a lot of our members, many of whom feel quite strongly about this issue, and some of whom are small business owners themselves. The League of Women Voters, as do all residents of Wilmette, expect our trustees to give proper time and attention to decision-making through unbiased, thorough research and analysis of variables relevant to the issues and policies at hand. The amount of time that has been devoted to a thorough study of the issues before us tonight does not strike the League as sufficient, and we are troubled by the process that has gotten us here to this very point. But of greater importance, the League of Women Voters supports programs and policies to prevent or reduce poverty and to promote self-sufficiency for individuals and families. The League unequivocally supports the Cook County minimum wage and sick leave ordinances, which were also supported by almost 70% of Wilmette voters in the 2014 and 2016 general election referenda. These ordinances must be in place to create and maintain the proper environment for businesses, the workers, and residences of our village, now and in the future. While many of our wonderful Wilmette businesses may already pay above current minimum wage and provide sick leave, we must guarantee this for all now and going forward. The League of Women Voters asked the Village of Wilmette, please do not opt out of complying with the Cook County ordinances. A living wage and earned paid sick time reflect the values of the wonderful community in which we live. Wilmette has been a leader on issues regarding well-being of the community, smoking ordinance and the coal tar-based pavement sealant ordinances being among the most recent examples. Wilmette can and should be the community that is a leader among its peers on these issues. As always, we appreciate the time and effort that the trustees expend on behalf of the residents who elected you to serve, and we thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. Good evening. My name is Chikako Aikebush. I own a new restaurant called Torino Ramen in downtown Wilmette. I'm here to make a request to opt out now. This is because this is going to impact my business significantly. I'm going to make it simple. Right now, 4 workers are cleaning up the kitchen. I came straight from the restaurant. I'm there all the time. And I watch them. I look at my numbers and everything. 2 of them are part-timers, and my comment's going to be related to Mr. Diaz as well. I'm just worried about part-time workers. I really, really value their potential. And we have 11 part-timers already, and most of them are high school graduates. Most of them are college returners for the summer jobs. And the way we run, we could definitely use their skill set. But we know that they're going to be leaving soon as well. But I really like to value their skill set and their potential too, so that we, as managers, we try to train them. Now, when we have to pay them $13 an hour, it's going to impact us significantly by, we did some math, a couple $1,000 every 2 weeks. And I'm going to have to figure out other ways to run my business. Since we're so new, we're still work in progress. But just the timing, I must say, is just not right for me. If this goes in effect, I really don't know what I'm going to do, except that I'm just going to have to increase the price, and that's going to affect other customers as well. So far, we've been great, but this is going to just really damage us with staffing. I'm going to end on that. I'm a mom. My youngest son actually called me saying, "Mom, I'm hungry, so I'm going to go." I'm a mother of 5. I love Wilmette. I want to keep doing what I'm doing. So I hope you would hear my small voice for this request and just let me keep going and do what's good for the township. I want this town to be the most livable town for families, and I want to be one of them. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Watt?
Good evening. I'm Lally Watt, 811 Chilton Lane. This evening we heard from the Chamber of Commerce exactly what I had suspected we would hear, that 99% of Wilmette businesses pay over the current prevailing minimum wage. That is a fantastic thing to hear. They have 180 members. That means if I round up, 2 members are not paying the current minimum wage. Therefore, I'm not sure I understand how, by increasing the minimum wage, this is going to cause such incredible hardship, because apparently the market has done what we always suspect the market will do. Supply and demand has set wages where they will be set, and it has set them, lo and behold, above $8.25 an hour for all but 2 of the chamber members. Similarly, supply and demand is really how a business sets prices for its products. I've been a financial analyst. I'm a CPA. I've worked in many businesses. My children have worked for small businesses in this community. People don't decide how much to charge for something based on cost plus. That's just not how it works. Cost goes into the thing, but you figure out how much you can charge based on what the market will bear. And so then again, I don't expect to really go in and say somebody paid 2 cents for parsley, therefore they're going to charge me 2.25 cents for parsley to decorate my plate of food. So I am hoping that we can actually cut to brass tacks here and talk about facts. We have heard a lot about students. I believe I heard that if you are working less than 90 days, this doesn't apply to you. I have 2 students currently in college, one not so long ago graduated. They don't work for longer than 90 days in the summer, so this wouldn't apply to them. High school students under the age of 19, we have heard this wouldn't apply to. I believe people whose wages are set by collective bargaining agreements, this wouldn't apply to. Municipal workers, this wouldn't apply to. So other than a general belief that we should oppose any and all regulation, I'm not sure who in the village would be adversely affected, as the small businesses are apparently paying above minimum wage now. We also heard that there are 2 different groups of people, business owners and residents. That was said earlier on this evening. I'm not sure there are really 2 different groups of people. Many business owners are residents. Many residents are business owners. I think we're on the same side. I also was a little surprised why we had invited someone from the 17th district to come and speak to us. I mean, I don't think any part of us is in the 17th district, is it?
It was to provide a balanced point of view, but one commissioner for the ordinance and one against the ordinance.
I know, but that other commissioner doesn't really represent us.
But, no, true, but it is to provide a balanced point of view.
Okay.
So I've answered the question. But
anyway, that is all I had to say. I urge you to actually look beyond the rhetoric tonight and go to the underlying facts. We do want to support our workers. We don't want to support them by having them go to the food pantry and having them go to the emergency room. We would like them to have the dignity of being able to pay for the things that they buy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watt. Okay, so I think we're on the row, right, your row, sir. Anybody in that row that would like to speak? This is going smoothly, so I do appreciate everybody's cooperation here tonight. So thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jack Kelly, and I'm a longtime resident of Wilmette. I'm also a retired business executive, and I'm here this evening to talk in support of the 2 referenda on increasing the minimum wage as well as the modest sick leave. As you know, and it's been discussed a few times, 70% of the people in Wilmette voted to raise the minimum wage. I was part of the discussions that we got engaged in raising that referendum or in raising that resolution. The income inequality was one of the prime drivers, because income inequality today in the United States is at its highest level ever. And I'm talking about at a level that's higher than it was in the 1920s, which led to the Great Depression immediately thereafter. So we were convinced at the time that one of the things that we would be able to do would be to voice our opinion that there was a need to raise the minimum wage in the hopes that on a state or on a national basis, we could get our legislators to approve a living wage for the people. Unfortunately, that did not happen. Today, that inequality is higher than it was 2 years ago, and we are already at a non-sustainable level. So when we look back and say, what do we do at this point in time? Well, we have an excellent opportunity this evening to look within our own community and say, what are the wishes and the demands of the people? And we must go back to the fact that 70% of the people here in Wilmette said that we need to raise the minimum wage because of income inequality. And that income inequality today is greater than it was 2 years ago. So this evening, we ask you, as our elected representatives, to acknowledge and to accept the will of the people of Wilmette, and that is to vote to not opt out of these two referenda. It is important that we make a commitment to the people who asked us to raise the minimum wage, and we ask you to take care of that and respond to their needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Bunton, and I live here in Wilmette. I moved here in 1989, and I'm going to pretty much read a letter that I submitted, I think, on Saturday or Sunday.
Would you mind just moving a little closer to the mic or speaking up? I'm concerned we're not going to be able to hear you in TV land.
Thank you. So I've lived here since 1989 and raised my family here. I'm active in social justice work with both the People's Lobby and Chicago Area Peace Action. And these organizations address both foreign policy and domestic issues on a regular basis. As a public health nurse, I've seen poverty up close. I've seen patients that must choose between medications and food or medications and paying the gas bill. When people work these unskilled jobs that benefit all of us, we should want them to earn a living wage to care for their families. Paid sick leave is a serious thing. I don't want to walk into a grocery store or a restaurant and have service by someone who is actually, sick with a GI problem that day. I don't want to take that home. And they shouldn't be under that kind of pressure. So I would just ask, can you imagine working for $8.25 an hour and not being able to, stay home if you're sick? I think that would be a very stressful kind of existence for people. So I don't believe this should be the American experience. Frankly, the slow phase-in of the $13 an hour in the Cook County ordinance is concerning because it's too slow and it's too low. A living wage today would be $15 an hour. The preamble of our national Constitution states that the Constitution exists to form a more perfect union, to establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, and promote the general welfare. I'm asking you, as an elected official, to consider the general welfare for our local workers. Now, I'd have to say, after listening, it sounds like Wilmette is doing pretty well on this issue, but because businesses here are trying to pay better than the minimum wage. But I would hope, as a woman before me who mentioned, that your vote tonight will have an impact on a Governor Rauner when he looks at the signature that he'll have to give if we're going to have the state do what we would all prefer, which is raise the minimum wage. So I think we need to confront and reject the values that would guide a decision to opt out of a small increase in wages for those working for $8.25 an hour here or anywhere. I think it's a moral issue. So please cast your vote no on opting out of the minimum wage and paid sick leave ordinances as a small step to address an immoral situation. It's just the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Brian Fabes. I live on Woodbine Avenue in Wilmette, and since we're on the record, I want it to be known that I'm a huge fan of the Rock House. Awesome organization. I want to thank the trustees for taking time to listen to all these comments. I know it's a burden on everyone's time, but I think it really shows our village at its best, so thank you very much. I want to focus my comments this evening only on the paid sick time portion of this, partially because I think the minimum wage has received a little more attention, and also the paid sick time is something that we spend a fair amount of time on, as I think you know from our quick email exchange. First, let me explain the perspective that I bring to this. I run an organization called Civic Consulting Alliance. We are a consulting firm that is affiliated with the Commercial Club of Chicago, which is a business-led organization.
Our mission is to make Chicagoland a great region for everyone in which to live, work, and do business. Importantly, we're not an advocacy group. Rather, we help public officials consider and then implement policy through the lens of research, analysis, data, and what will make our region thrive. Importantly also, we do that, as President, you said, we do that always in partnership with businesses, with the public sector, often with nonprofits and the philanthropic community. My organization, as someone mentioned before, did examine the costs and benefits of mandating paid sick leave, and I work with Chicago's Working Families Task Force, which that research was the basis upon which the county adopted its ordinance, which Commissioner Suffredin talked about tonight. The task force that we ran included businesses large and small, and included advocacy groups, including Sam Toya, who I understand has written a letter, and elected officials, and including, importantly, the Chicagoland Chamber of Commerce. And together that group recommended mandating minimal paid sick leave because the evidence of that as sound policy was so overwhelming. As a business-led organization, our analysis started naturally with what are the costs to businesses. We developed a model that estimated the total increase of the paid sick time component of the ordinance that the county adopted would be roughly 0.7 to 1.5% of labor costs for a typical employer. So not of all costs, of labor costs. And it does apply to businesses in Wilmette. And just to get a sense of the model, it's relatively straightforward. If you took every full-time employee and paid an extra 40 hours, take 40 divided by 2,000, you get 2%. So if you just gave everyone a check, it cost you about 2% more. Now then you start going through, well, it depends on how many other benefits you have, so it might be slightly less than a percentage basis. It depends on that uptake time. Some don't get it right away. It depends on how much people use. It depends on whether you actually pay someone to replace an employee if he or she leaves. So that's why you end up whittling this down to about 0.7, 1.5%.
Let's start wrapping up now.
The other part we looked at was the question of the administrative burden on businesses. There was, as you might imagine, a great deal of discussion on that. And what ended up carrying the day was the large number of businesses, in particular small businesses, that do already offer paid sick time. So it was hard to make the argument that small businesses can't do that when so many actually do. Importantly, on the plus side, the research is pretty clear that paid sick leave helps families not just economically by preventing lost income due to illness, but it also mitigates the negative effects on public health. Studies have shown that paid sick leave reduces healthcare costs by promoting usage of primary and preventive care instead of emergency services. Earned sick leave policies encourage individuals to take advantage of preventive services. Individuals are 40% more likely to obtain the flu vaccine, 16% more likely to use outpatient services, 20% less likely to use the ER, and more likely to have a mammogram, pap smear, and regular doctor's visits. Importantly,
I'm going to ask you to wrap it up if you could. Keep going. You can finish your thought.
All right. Well, you asked the question of, is this the right way and is this right for our village? There is certainly chaos out there. I don't think it's our job to add to the chaos. Let's us be a voice of reason in this. And in terms of, is this the right time speculating on what other government entities will do, I've learned long ago in my job that that's not something that we should base our decisions on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fabes. By the way, I did read the report that you sent.
Thanks.
Okay, so we are now, I believe, in the back row on the right side. People still sitting in the yellow chairs. Anybody in that row?
Hi, I'm Amy Newman. I live on Old Glenview Road in Wilmette, and I grew up in Wilmette. My mom's here with me tonight. I chose to come back to raise my family. In these 40-plus years, it's improved tremendously. So thank you to the businesses and the village for all the wonderful improvements. I think it's very important that we lead the way in increasing the minimum wage and providing adequate sick leave to the people who work here in our village in Wilmette. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is Alan Goldberg. I live on Laverne in Wilmette, and I have lived in this village on and off since 1954. So I've seen and experienced many of the businesses here and enjoy shopping there, and all that is said. I am also the supervisor of Nutria Township. That's only for identification. Township hasn't authorized Gail or myself to do anything.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
I want to, two statements were made tonight. I wasn't planning on speaking, but two statements really got me going. One was from the Chamber of Commerce saying, I know you guys had a referendum, and I know the results were overwhelming. I don't think she used that word. But we're more than thinking about a warm and fuzzy environment. Excuse me. As an elected official, as are you guys, I know, and especially the recent history of the township election, votes count. Votes matter. 70%, in excess of 70% of Wilmette residents on both of these issues spoke very clearly. Now, there are slight differences in the way the thing was worded, but clearly people were voting in favor of an increased minimum wage, and they were voting in favor of a sick policy, a sick day policy. There's no question that that's what the electorate said. And to have somebody else say, well, referendums, they don't mean anything. It's an election. As your village attorney can attest, to get a statewide referendum on a ballot requires that it be more than just fuzzy words. That was a clear statement of the preference of the village, the village, and our entire state, for that matter, on these two issues. And I know that if, in my elected position, if I chose to go against what's in excess of 70% of the electorate said, I would serve one term. I urge you not to opt out, to be a beacon in the community and to help us work together to make all of our businesses as successful as they can be, so that paying $8.75 an hour, which increases the business at the township food pantry, maybe stops. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Lori Goldstein. I live on Prairie Avenue in Wilmette, and I will not be using all of my 3 minutes. I just first want to thank President Bylinski.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I want to thank you as well for allowing everybody who wants to speak, even though it means we're going into this late hour. And thank you to all the trustees for not arguing with him over that and going along with it. I really appreciate it. So I am in favor of the Cook County ordinance and staying with the ordinance as it is. The Village Council's memo in the board packet mentions that the Cook County ordinances might be overturned in court. Please keep in mind that neither the minimum wage nor the paid sick leave laws have yet to be challenged in court, and the similar Chicago law passed in 2014 has not been taken to court. And even if the Cook County laws are challenged in court, there's no way to accurately predict how the judges will rule. We've seen time and again how court rulings have surprised the expectations of attorneys. I hope that the possibility of a hypothetical court decision on a law that hasn't been legally challenged yet is not used as an excuse to overturn the will of village voters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I believe we are in the last row on the left side, this side of the yellow chairs. Anybody in that row that would like to speak? Welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight.
My name is Richard Suter. I live on Central Park Avenue. I've lived in Wilmette about 30 years. So I've been around the block a few times. I was a little offended by the remark from the representative of the Chamber of Commerce that being in favor of the minimum wage law and the mandatory sick leave law was somehow warm and fuzzy. We're talking about people's ability just to survive in this day and age on the money that they can make. And if we don't pay them, if their employers don't pay them enough to get by, and certainly $8.25 an hour is not enough to get by, then they're either going to get into various forms of difficulty, or they're going to call on us, the taxpayers, to help them out in various other ways, from the township program to assist people, or the food stamps program that we all pay for with our tax money. So the idea is basically that opposing these ordinances is to say, let's subsidize the employers so that they don't have to pay the wages that would enable their employees to have a decent living wage.
Thank you, sir.
Hi. Sorry.
Welcome.
I'm Jackie Crashen. I live on Washington Avenue. I've been a resident of Wilmette, well, since I was born. I grew up in Wilmette and moved back here to raise my family. I'm a very proud resident of Wilmette, and I think that of Wilmette as a caring community. I was shocked to hear that Wilmette was considering taking away these basic rights from workers in our community. I represent the 70+% of voters who supported a higher minimum wage and the 70+% of voters who support paid sick days. Taking away these protections goes against the will of the people of Wilmette. And just a statement about the paid sick leave, about part-time employees being high school kids or young people without college degrees. I'm a part-time worker. I have a college degree. So that's not the face of part-time workers. I'm a mother. A lot of women are part-time workers because they are also caretakers for their kids. So I think that that's an unfair assumption that has been raised in this meeting. So thank you.
Thank you very much. There were two more from this row, right? Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us.
I'm Seth Krantz. I live on Chippewa Lane here in Wilmette. I just wanted to thank the commissioners and everyone for their time. I came here in support of the county ordinances and against the opt-out, but I think it's been very informative to listen to all the concerns in an informative meeting, and specifically the paid sick leave and the burden, particularly that some of the employers feel. I do think, however, that as the will of the voters has shown in over 70%, that this is something that is important for the county and something that is important for our state and something that's important for the village. The one point that I would make is that sort of a newcomer to this process is I think process matters, and I'm not intending to punch anything, comment on the integrity or anything. I think you all do an amazing job, but this was passed in October, and it goes into effect in 3 days, and 2 weeks before it goes into effect, there's all of a sudden this now rush to sort of opt out. And I was listening to an hour of commentary. There's questions on babysitters or whether they're covered. Just Googling on my phone, you can see that, domestic workers is somewhat of a specific definition that's not even clear. I have a household employee, a nanny. The IRS has very clear guidelines for what that is. I don't know if the county does, but even from just Googling it, it seems like they're not included. So I guess my point is, listening to this, there seems to be a tremendous amount of confusion and haste that all of a sudden, 2 weeks before this or 3 days before this goes into effect, we have to vote on it, and would make a recommendation either to delay it or to say that however we vote, this will be readdressed, scheduled within 2 months as we have more time to actually discuss and hear some of the commentary on both sides and get a better understanding, because it just seems like process-wise that the trustees and maybe the county in general doesn't have a lot of time to understand this, and that this is being rushed 3 days before it goes into effect, something that was voted on 8 months ago. And that process to the voters seeing that makes a difference in how these things happen, and it sort of leaves a bad taste in your mouth that even if it was done with the best of intentions, has a sort of rushed quality to it, sort of like the votes were already cast. So, but I thank you for your time and all the effort that you put into all of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You could just say ditto.
No, I won't, but thank you very much. My name is Michelle Thorne. I live at 1215 Cleveland Street in Wilmette. I've been a resident since 1994. My comments are also not on the ordinance, but on the process. I believe that for some time, the Village of Wilmette Board and staff were well aware of the July 1 effective date of this ordinance. Other communities deliberated on this issue weeks and months ago, giving all stakeholders an opportunity and time to weigh in. The Wilmette Village Board, however, scheduled this matter for the very last possible meeting date, June 27, just days before the ordinance's effective date. Look at this turnout tonight in summer. This is an important issue, and there are a lot of stakeholders. I'm of the opinion that by scheduling this matter at the very last minute, this board has done the community a disservice. You have the responsibility to represent and to hear from all the stakeholders, residents, workers, businesses, and other interest groups. This has been an irregular and unnecessary scramble for stakeholders to provide input to the board. Quite frankly, based on the materials posted on the village website, it seems as if the staff and board already decided this issue before any of the stakeholders had a chance to weigh in. Other village boards scheduled these matters earlier in the year to allow for proper deliberation and input from stakeholders. And I believe that your village staff and this board should have done the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I believe at this point in time we are done with the yellow seats and we're into the seats where people are sitting on blue chairs. So let me just see, people who are sitting on blue chairs, how many people are left to speak? Okay, so everybody on this side, come on up. So that's about 5 of you, I think I counted. Welcome, thank you for joining us.
All right.
Walensky?
Yes.
Joel just left.
Well,
okay.
Which, I mean, I think you must need a break.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's.
Go to the men's room. Sorry. I happen to be sitting next.
I was hopefully going to be able to get through the public comment, and then we would take a 10-minute recess or so. But okay. Should I?
Can we not? Do we have to pause?
No. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. I mean, okay.
All right.
Welcome.
All right, good evening. My name is Ileana Mora, and I have been a Wilmette resident since birth, and I'm now raising my 2 children in Wilmette also. I am also the incoming president and CEO of Women Employed, an organization that worked on the task force and chaired the task force in passing the paid sick time ordinance at the City of Chicago and Cook County, and was also the author of the ordinance. I'm coming here to you today in support of the paid sick time ordinance and also in support of the minimum wage ordinance. But given that the minimum wage ordinance has gotten a good bit amount of attention, I wanted to focus my time on paid sick time. And wanted to also offer just some additional answers to some of the questions that were raised by some of you earlier this evening. One of them was around the babysitter, per se, that seems to have gotten some multiple questions. In order for any worker to get paid sick time benefits, they must have worked for 180 days, 180 8-hour days in a 12-month period in order to be able to use any of the paid sick time benefits. That is in the ordinance. Additionally, for the small businesses that offer PTO, you do not need to add more days. The PTO is sufficient and is within the sick time, is considered sick time because PTO can be used for both. Additionally, as it relates to, we've all heard that, Wilmette residents have been unanimous, 74% in favor of that. But it's also important to point out, as some have already pointed out, not only on the cost side is the labor cost
the study that was brought up before, and you asked President Belinsky, was that study relevant to only the city of Chicago? The answer is that the data used for that study was actually Chicago Metro data. So that the impact that that study showed on the labor cost increasing between 0.7 and 1.5% does apply to suburban Chicago as well, because our data was included in that. On the benefits side, I want to point out that the benefits to paid sick policies were shown by multiple medical research journals across the board that they reduce the spread of illness and they reduce the number of children being sent to sick kids sent to school. I want you to consider, as you think about the children in Wilmette using our schools, but all of our school districts are outsourcing food service. Do we want those workers coming to work sick? Do we want them to come with the flu? It is the number one way that we spread disease and illness, and that all of the research is showing us that the best way to prevent that is by keeping employees home and preventing illness. I urge you not to opt out of the paid sick time ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you hanging in there.
Well, I just came from Chicago, so no problem. So, Ian Watt, 811 Chilton Lane, Wilmette. Thank you very much for hearing me for a moment. I won't take 3 minutes. I came here 22 years ago, and I looked at all the people who look like me now and said, boy, those old codgers have been there for 22 years. Now I've been here for 22 years. What I want to say is, first of all, the lady who just spoke before me, every word. Tim, as a professional, I agree with what she said in terms of, no, it's not so surprising. I agree with what she said, and I would say that Wilmette is an exceptional community. It's not the everyday community. It's not a race-to-the-bottom community. It is an exceptional community, and I suggest that we act in an exceptional way, and I would very much encourage you all to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is George Rafidi. I live in Wilmette, 10-year resident. My wife Karen and I live in the McKenzie district with our two boys, Max and Alex. We absolutely love it, positively love everything about living in Wilmette. I'm proud of this community, proud to raise my boys in this community, proud of the community I call, where I call people my friends and my neighbors. And many of my friends are business owners, and they will remain my friends no matter what happens today. I'm an active member of the community, currently serving in many volunteer capacities. I'm also a member of the Wilmette Kenilworth Chamber of Commerce and appreciate the work of Julie and the board. And I look forward to Summerfest, and we'll have my table out, so I hope you come by. I'm a member of the chamber, if you guessed it, because I am also a business owner. I have 2 small businesses, so I really do understand the pressure there is to pay rent and to meet payroll on a week-to-week basis. One of my businesses is actually right across the street, and I work in the Village Center several times per week when I don't have to go downtown for my other business. I've grown to absolutely love all businesses here in Wilmette, and I frequent a lot of them a lot of the time, especially the ones that serve food and beverage. Thank you. All that said.
Actually, I will allow applause for our restaurants, okay?
All that said, everything I said, I believe very strongly in a living wage. A living wage's time has come. We should lead and not opt out. Living wage, that means that it would take, that means the wage it would take to have a normal standard of living. $8.25 in Cook County is not a living wage. We're a community that should be leaders, not followers. We're a community that should stand up for what is right, not follow the lead of Morton Grove or Brookfield. We're a community that supports our local businesses too, and we will continue to do so. And getting the people who work in our great village up to a living wage is being a leader, and a living wage is the right thing to do. For fellow businesses, a simple message as I close: we love and support you, and would love and support you with whatever is decided today. But if the right thing is done, we would support you and love you even more, because we understand the pressures that you are under. You are part of what makes Wilmette special now and in the future. Not opting out would show leadership, and most importantly, it's the right thing to do. The time has come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rafidi. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Carol Kagan. I live on 4th Street in Wilmette. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I also appreciate the opportunity to hear the concerns of people whose viewpoints are not the same as mine. And I've listened to those carefully, and what I have heard is that most businesses in Wilmette do already comply. Virtually all businesses in Wilmette comply. I heard that the ordinance will create confusion. I believe opting out will only create more confusion. Evanston, Skokie, Kenilworth, and Winnetka, as I understand it, all our sister communities except for Glenview will comply. So the net result is we will either comply or we will be considered a less desirable place to work. But somehow these communities have decided that they can comply. It would be ideal if the state were to solve this issue, but given the current gridlock in Springfield, I'm not very optimistic about that. And I believe that we need to make a statement as a community. And I am very concerned about the way the vote was characterized. It's true, and that the vote wasn't for these specific provisions that are in the Cook County ordinance. But I believe that the vote was about more than that. It was about what kind of community we are, what our community supports, and what kind of community we want to be. I sincerely hope that we are not the community that says we cannot do what our sister communities will be doing. So I urge the board not to opt out and to be that community that says that it can't support a living wage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're down to the blue chairs on this side of the room. How many people again? I think we'll split you up. There were quite a few. Is that 6 or 7? That's 7. So how about the first 3 in the front? We'll start with you, and then we'll do the last 4 behind. Again, thank you for hanging in there. I appreciate it.
Jeff Axelrod. I live on Central. So our family owns a small, I want to say I agree with just about everybody who spoke in favor of the minimum wage and paid sick time ordinances. Our family does own a small business. We employ about 15 part and full-time employees. We will be subject to the upcoming ordinances, and we fully embrace their adoption. Trustees, I ask you to make this decision not as a business decision, but as a human one. I'm sure you're all aware of how unworkable the current federal minimum wage is for families trying to survive on it. Our country is at record and growing levels of inequality between the wealthy and poor. The county made the underpaid residents and underserved residents a promise on the heels of clearly mandated referendums by enacting these ordinances. Please consider the morally right thing to do, or if that won't guide you, consider what a poor light it'll shine on our town if we're the only town on the North Shore to opt out. Keep in mind the consequences of our more progressive neighbors avoiding businesses in our town because the chamber at the last minute pressured the village into this. Many of the chamber's own members strongly oppose opting out. I have a question. Back in 2014, did the village receive any complaints from businesses when it had to raise the sales tax by 3/4 point?
Yes.
It did. And do you know
Yes,
about how
quite
many?
a few. Quite a few.
Okay. And what about when they increased it to when the county increased the sales tax to 10%?
I didn't get any complaints because I didn't raise it. So.
Okay. Thank you.
I did get complaints on when we raised the sales tax, though.
Okay. Thanks.
Hi, I know it's late. Thank you for affording all of the time for everybody to be heard. My name's David Boris. I own Hell's Kitchen Catering in Northbrook. My business is not in Wilmette, but I certainly derive a great deal of my revenue from residents of Wilmette. I think that the moral case on this is an easy one, right? Nobody should live on $17,000 a year and be expected to raise a family and do the things that we expect parents to do to raise their children to be beneficial members of our society. It's just an impossibility. I think that the moral case on paid sick leave is also an easy case to make. I'm going to guess, and maybe I'm wrong, that nobody sitting up here has ever had the lived experience of having to make the decision of missing a day's pay to care for a sick child, knowing that missing that day's pay means that you won't be able to buy that same child a new winter coat, a new pair of shoes, or be able to put the right, proper, nutritious meal on the table. The moral case is easy. The business case is an interesting case also, I think, and I think that what it really revolves around is demand, right? Is understanding what economic activity means in any proper economic environment. And the conversation has to be that when we move people from $17,000 a year to $21,000 a year, it's not the same as moving somebody from $200,000 a year to $215,000. That extra money at $200 to $215, maybe a little of it gets spent, maybe some of it gets invested. You move somebody from $17,000 a year to $21,000 a year, it is the most surefire way to pump money into a local economy. My employees' economic vitality is my neighbor businesses' customer base. I think it's critically important that we look at what aggregate demand looks like, and I realize that we're talking about Wilmette right now. We're really not talking about Wilmette, right? We're talking about Wilmette, we're talking about the entire North Shore, because we don't only do business in Wilmette with Wilmette. And I think it's critical that an enlightened community like ours, like yours, like ours, because of my customer base, recognize your responsibility to set an example, not just on the moral case, but also to set a baseline, right? Your job is just to create the rules of the road. And we need to be able to say all along the North Shore that we need to put in place a wage policy and a sick leave policy that is going to benefit this community and our neighboring communities, not just for this year, not just for next year, but 5 years from now and 10 years from now, so that we, as the business owners in these communities, know that we've created the economic vitality, the virtuous cycle of rising wages, increasing consumer demand, and job creation, most importantly. Those three things go hand in hand. So I urge you not to opt out of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Ted Smuckler. I work as the manager of organizing for Open Communities. I'm a Skokie resident, very proud that they are not having this on their agenda. Evanston is not opting out. I don't like the term opting out, really, because what this does is take away wages and benefits that have been promised to workers by Saturday. So it's taking something away. It's not just opting out. I'd like to correct a few things that I've heard. 80% of minimum wage workers in this country are 21 years and older. The majority of them, I think above 60%, are women, many of whom are raising families, single mothers. This is not the day when I was 17 and took a minimum wage job for extra spending money back in the early 1970s. This is not that day. This is a day, because of the way the economy is working, where people working minimum jobs have to be working them to try and survive. And many are working 2 full-time jobs to survive. I'd also like to correct the idea that because the wording of those referenda are not the same as this, that the people who voted for them wouldn't be voting for this. I mean, I have as an example the people of Arizona, a much more conservative state with lower standard of living, voted in a binding referendum this past year to raise minimum wage to $12 an hour. Now, this is, I think people in Wilmette and Evanston and Skokie are generally more progressive than the voters in Arizona. So I urge you to not take away these wages and these sick benefits from workers. A couple of other things. There was a University of Illinois study on the effect of the minimum wage increase in Chicago, and there has been no exodus of businesses in Chicago. Economic activity has grown. There will be a real-world example. I mean, look at Evanston and Skokie in a couple of years, and I cannot believe that businesses are going to fly out of Evanston and Skokie. And I don't believe they'd fly out of Wilmette. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Karen Dexter Rollison. I want to thank you all for your time and energy that you put into this, but I have one simple request tonight, and that is that this vote be tabled for tonight so that you have time to deliberate and not be voting at the time it is and the discussion that it deserves from each of you in order to fully take in what you've heard tonight. I know the time is short, and that's very unfortunate, but that's what I'm asking. I vote to stay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so we had a few more hands left in the back blue seats, right? Come on up. This is it.
Good evening, I'm John Marshall, live on Prairie Avenue, been in Wilmette since 1994, and I strongly encourage you to support the Cook County ordinances. The recommendation to opt out came from the Chamber based on a survey it did of its members. But when I studied the survey, the results were surprising. Of the Chamber's 180 members, only 35 responded to the survey. Of those members who responded, 24 supported opting out, including many of the fine businesses we've heard from tonight, and 12 didn't. In other words, only 13% of Chamber members supported opting out. The other 87% were either opposed or weren't interested enough to return the survey. For this evening's board packet, the Chamber shared a second survey with only 22 responses. I counted them. The second survey didn't specifically ask about opting out, but 5 of the businesses said in their comments that the Cook County ordinances wouldn't hurt them. Another business said the Cook County laws would be beneficial. That leaves 16 out of the 180 Chamber members, that's 9%, expressing concern in the second survey. And of those expressing concern, some were clearly not fully informed on the issue because they said the Cook County laws would stop them from having training programs or hiring teens. And as we've heard, the county's minimum wage law has exemptions for workers under age 18 and those in training programs. We all want to have a thriving business community, and I have great respect for the important work the Chamber does locally, but I'm surprised the village would introduce an ordinance that goes against the Cook County law and ignores the voters' wishes based on a survey that doesn't show strong opt-out support among our business community. While it surprises me the village would consider an opt-out request based on thin survey results, it doesn't surprise me that the Chamber, as an organization, has taken a hard stand. On a national and state level, the Chamber has opposed every minimum wage proposal since the late 1970s. A search of news archives shows that when the minimum wage went up to $2.65 in 1978, the Chamber opposed it on a national level. They opposed increases to $2.90, $3.10, $3.35, $3.80, $4.25, $4.75, $5.15, $5.85, $6.55, and to $7.25. We've seen the same thing at the state level, where the Illinois Chamber opposed the increases to $8 and $8.25 an hour that was passed in 2009, so it hasn't gone up in 8 years. The Illinois Chamber even opposed asking voters if they backed a boost to $10 an hour in 2014 and the referendum we've been talking about. So I applaud the Chamber for its consistency. But we should keep in mind that if governments had always followed this Chamber opposition, federal, state, and now local level, we'd still be at the $2.30 an hour it was in 1977 when I was a teen and starting my working life. I agree with those who say the minimum wage issue would be best be considered.
Now.
Excuse me?
If you can start wrapping up. Please.
Okay. I agree it would be best to be considered at the federal or state level. But the steadfast opposition of the national and state chambers of commerce, along with the gridlock and dysfunction in our national and state governments, is why action was needed at the county level, especially because Governor Rauner has said he will veto the minimum wage increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
My name is Doug Harness, and I live on Highland Avenue, and I moved to Wilmette first in 1965, so I've been around for a while. I am here to support the minimum wage and the mandatory sick leave. I am a small business owner. I left the corporate world in August of 1993, so it's almost 24 years, and I have met a payroll every 2 weeks for 24 years. And I had good days when I made a lot. I had times when I didn't make much, but my employees got paid every 2 weeks. And I have never paid as little as minimum wage. I've always given my employees paid vacations. Before the recession, I gave them paid health care. My lowest paid employee today makes more than twice minimum wage. We can do it. It's a matter of how much we put in our pockets versus how much we put in the pockets of our employees. And if we're good business people, we can put it in the pocket of our employees and ourselves. There was this red herring raised tonight about the overhead administrative of taking care of paid sick leave. Go buy QuickBooks Pro with enhanced payroll, $250 to $300 a year. You can get the new version every year. It does it for you. You just fill in how much they get, takes care of all your payroll records, easy. So we really need to have a commitment to our community. It would be nice if our employees could actually live in our community and go to our schools. We have a long way to go for that. So I'm just strongly for this. If your business plan doesn't allow you to pay your employees a minimum wage, you don't, or a livable wage, you don't have a successful business plan. And so I think our community and our government should stand behind paying our people better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Hi, my name is Jasmina Hauser. I'm a resident here in Wilmette, and I thank you guys so much for having this. I just learned of this recently. We have 2 other voters at home who would have loved to have been here, but we've got all kinds of functions going on. I disagree with Mr. Suffredin. This will hurt not only businesses, but my children, and I'll tell you how in a minute, and businesses. And families. I got to tell you, when I moved here to Wilmette over 12 years ago, we used to live in Evanston. And Evanston, you feel nickeled and dimed. And I think people in Illinois are feeling a little bit too nickeled and dimed. And honestly, I think Lally Watt said it great, that the market seems to have raised the minimum wage by itself. The free market is a wonderful source for lifting people out of poverty. Milton Friedman said it best. And I think that's probably where we all sort of differ in a worldview. Like, how much should government be telling businesses how to run their businesses? I would disagree with someone who said that the Chamber of Commerce has not, said no to minimum wage. I'm thankful for the Chamber of Commerce, who came up here and said bravely, be a beacon for us. My daughter was working here at a Wilmette business. She's not anymore. She turned 18, and I'm guessing it's because of that referendum you had up there, where they made it pay $10 an hour rather than they could hire someone else at 7-something, which is great. That's what you want. You want people to be able to come and work. My daughter learned a lot at where she worked in Chalet, as a matter of fact. And it was wonderful. And how many more we want our kids to be able to go out there and learn how to work, to be on time, to learn a great skill, to get that experience behind them. So I would really urge you guys, please opt out of this. It's going to hurt not only kids like mine, teenagers who are looking for that first job to come into Wilmette and to help pay for school, because she was saving for college. Now she's picking up babysitting jobs here and there because, you know what, it went up and someone else probably took her at a, 17 or 16 because they were able to pay, a little less. People aren't living off of a minimum wage, people. My mom came from a third world country, raised 7 kids on minimum wage. One was a full-time minimum wage job. The other was a part-time minimum wage job. Thank God for the minimum wage job at Kmart that I had, because they were able to supply me with a scholarship for college. And that's what I love about what Tracy Kearney said. These businesses do a lot for our community. Please let's help them. Please let's support them. I urge you to please opt out. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Hauser.
Thank you.
All right, last person, and then we're going to take about a 10-minute recess, let everybody use the facilities and the like.
Thank you. My name is Ben Schmidt, and my young family of 4 lives at 1204 Gregory Avenue here in Wilmette. I'm regretting my decision to skip dinner to get here by 7:30. I just want to thank the village, obviously, as everyone has. I am strongly in favor of Wilmette opting out of both measures for the following reasons. The fact is, our family and others that have moved to Wilmette over the last few years did so specifically based on the vibrancy of village businesses available to us. Our family enjoys buying local, by shopping at Millen's Hardware, dining at Wilmette restaurants, and taking our car to Shawnee Auto for an oil change. This generates local tax revenue, keeps local commercial property values higher, and helps keep local workers employed. On the other hand, we have noticed Linden Square and other areas of the village with new vacancies under current wage law, and moving the minimum wage and sick leave, mandatory sick leave, will only exacerbate the issues, making it more challenging for local businesses to stay in business or offer reasonable prices. This directly reduces our ability to buy local and the economic effect of our local consumption. I also want to point out that your business surveys, while very helpful, do not measure prospective owner-operators who choose not to start or buy a business in Wilmette due to the potential wage increase. As an example, I recently evaluated an opportunity to purchase a service-related business in the middle of the village that was recently for sale. I signed a non-disclosure agreement, reviewed internal financials, and stepped away from the process because I concluded that any minimum wage increase would eliminate what meager income the business currently earns. I have also penciled out other small business ideas. However, those business starts will never occur with this increase because they are so dependent on entry-level labor. It's a risk that I and others will be less willing to take. And finally, given all the other new taxes residents have here to deal with in the state and county, this is just one more thing that I believe our local community cannot handle. I, along with many other families, are especially fearful of higher real estate taxes. And if other anti-business and anti-resident measures are enacted, then I fear families will get pushed back out of what we consider to be a wonderful community. In closing, I believe our responsibility here is to ensure residents can continue to support small Wilmette businesses, allow local businesses to provide ample employment opportunities, and do everything possible to offset the incredible burden of increasing real estate sales and excise taxes that our residents are all dealing with. By opting out, we can maintain an economic environment in Wilmette that generates long-term health for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. At this point in time, I will close public comment, and again, we will take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll return for the board's discussion. Okay, so thank you for everybody who's still here. Trustee Kurzman, we're waiting on Trustee Kurzman.
Don't look at me again. Sorry, I'm kidding. Should I go? I think you might just be outside.
Yeah, would you mind?
Can I get up?
Mike will get it.
I'm sorry, I was just kidding.
Pretty good, actually. Joel must have gone home.
Just heading up.
Smells good. You want some now, don't you?
Did he hear 10 minutes? No.
Have some coffee. You'll be up for the rest of the night.
Did you find him?
Maybe he just had enough.
Seriously, did you look down the stairs? I think he might be. I think I might. Let me look.
I can't, yeah.
Here, let me look. Would anybody in the audience like some M&Ms with well, I thought somebody might need a little bit of energy. Would anybody like some? Can I pass them along? No? Would you? Here.
We're good. I'm just getting started. 10 out of 10.
You might. We're going to be here a while.
All right, so for the new reporter who's in the room, you won't see that at another meeting. I guarantee
What's
you.
that? Oh, sorry.
No, no. All right.
So was that not appropriate?
All right, so we're back in session here. Let me start. There was only one item I wanted to address from the comments that were made. You know, with the notion that this is rushed, this is where all the municipalities are today in this process. The best estimates that I have of when people opted out, in the beginning of May, there were 11 communities that had opted out. By the beginning of June, that number had gone to 44. So 33 communities acted in May, approximately. And then, as we heard earlier tonight, the number now is 82, which means 38 communities acted in June. So I apologize to anyone who feels like this is a scramble or a rush, but that's just the reality of the deadline and the reality of how everything evolved here. So beyond that, I didn't have anything that I wanted to sort of respond to on what the people had said. Was there any of the trustees that had anything that they wanted to, you know, any comment that someone made? And I'm not looking for your discussion or your statements, just if there was anything that was said that raised something in your head that you wanted to speak to. Okay. All right, so I will now ask the trustees if there are any other questions for the staff regarding the law or anything for that matter. Do we have any other questions that we'd like to address to the staff?
Quickly, Mr. Stein.
Yes.
There's been a lot of talk about small businesses here. You know, we talked about that it applies to covered employees for one employee. What about some of our larger businesses in Wilmette? I understand this does not apply to union employees. Is that correct?
So any employees that are covered by a collective bargaining agreement would not be subject to these regulations. So to the extent that Jewel has a collective bargaining agreement for its employees, these regulations do not apply. Again, I don't know particularly which employers have collective bargaining agreements, but that is a specific opt-out.
But that's for the current contract, but for the go-forward contract, as long as the contract has a explicit, we're not,
yes.
I mean, which presumably, like, look, if you don't want to do it and every side agrees, you just put that
You can
in.
bargain your way out of these ordinances if that's part of the collective bargaining agreement. I don't know from doing labor law in the past, I don't think that's going to be on the table, but it would technically be that way if it was opted out, if they opted out in the collective bargaining agreement.
Any other questions for Mr. Stein or Mr. Frenzer? Anybody else? Okay, so the question was raised earlier about separating the ordinances into 2 votes. And I just wanted to see if there was any trustee that did want to separate the ordinance, so we would have 2 votes, 1 vote on the minimum wage and 1 vote on the mandatory paid sick leave mandate. Trustee Leonard?
I would like to separate them.
Okay, so Mr. Stein, what do we have to do here to create 2 motions? Is Trustee Plunkett amend the one and then make a second?
Well, there's 2 different ways we can do it. If you want to make an affirmative motion to amend the existing motion on the floor, receive another second, that would be a debatable.
Or could she withdraw the motion?
You can amend, or the movant and the second can amend their motion on its face, but thereby removing the existing motion that's on the table right now.
Okay, so say that again.
So Trustee Plunkett can move to amend her own motion. The second, and I apologize, I don't know who it was.
Trustee Sullivan.
Would have to agree to how the motion, whatever the motion is, to separate the 2. Then it would be separated. That would be necessarily not debatable, but it would still come up in the discussion, obviously, going forward.
Okay, so that's all they have to do is Trustee Plunkett says, I'd like to separate into two motions, and then the seconder, Trustee Sullivan, says, I agree.
Yep.
Okay.
What if I don't agree?
Then you don't. Then another motion has to be put on the floor.
Okay. So I move to amend the motion on the floor and move to separate the ordinance, the minimum wage ordinance, and the paid sick leave ordinance.
Trustee Sullivan?
Does the second agree?
No.
Okay, so then that would fail. So then now an affirmative motion can be made by
Trustee Leonard.
By any other trustee.
Okay, so Trustee Leonard, if you would make a motion to separate these 2, and then do we debate and vote?
Yeah, you would have a second and debate it.
Okay. So Trustee Leonard.
I would like to move that we separate the 2 issues and vote separately on the paid sick leave issue and then the minimum wage issue.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Do we just want to vote?
What percentage do we need to vote? What do we need?
You need a majority. You would need four members to separate the 2.
All we're doing is voting to separate.
All you're doing is voting to separate the ordinances. You're not voting on whether to pass the existing ordinance or not. You're just talking about whether we're doing 2 ordinances or 1.
Okay.
Where you start on.
All right. So the motion on the table is from Trustee Leonard and seconded by Trustee Plunkett is to separate the motion that was on the table into 2 motions. All right. So is there any discussion? Okay. So, Mr. Stein, do you have anything to add to this?
No, I mean, essentially, by separating the 2, you would have 2 discussions on 2 separate ordinances. If you don't do that, we're basically at exactly where we're at right now, which is we're still discussing the 1 ordinance.
Okay.
So now a roll call vote would be in order since.
All right. So
there's no discussion.
Right. So, will the clerk please call the roll?
Trustee Wolf?
Aye.
Trustee Sullivan?
Nay.
Trustee Plunkett?
Aye.
Trustee Dodd?
Aye.
Trustee Kurzman?
Aye.
Trustee Leonard?
Aye.
President Blinsky?
Aye. Okay, so the motion carries. The motions are separate. So now we have a motion to opt out of the minimum wage, and we have a motion to opt out of the sick leave.
Right. Well, we would need, yes, we have a motion to opt out for each one. However you want to have the discussion, it will be up to you.
Right. Now, so I think what we should do for the discussion, just for efficiency, is we can have our discussion on both of them, and then I will call one motion, and then and we'll vote, and we'll have an outcome, and then I will call the second motion. We'll vote, and we'll have an outcome. Does that work for you from a procedural point of view?
That works for me.
Okay.
So it works for you guys.
All right. So
I have a question. I guess I don't understand if we've separated into 2 different ordinances. Why aren't we making a motion about the first one, talking about it, and making a motion about the second one and talking about it? Because
they're both on the table right now. We have both those motions on the table. Is that correct?
Yeah,
I mean, we could discuss it separately. My preference would be just to, because I think there's a lot of a lot of global comments that apply to both.
Agreed.
And so you could certainly, within your comments, say, and with regards to the minimum wage opt-out, I think this, and with regards to the sick leave opt-out, I believe this.
You have the authority to discuss 10 motions, or whatever, at a time, kind of like we do on our consent agenda. That was the motion that was made. So the discussion's really combined, but the votes will be separated at the end.
Okay. All right, so any more questions? If not, I'm going to move on to discussion. All right, so Trustee Wolf, your thoughts.
Oh, I didn't know I had to start.
Well, welcome to that seat.
Wait, welcome to the left seat. Yeah.
You wanted that seat.
That's true. Okay. Well, first of all, as always, I want to thank everybody who came out here and has been sticking with us for 4 hours. It seems like there are a lot of pros and cons. I guess I feel in some ways like we don't really know what's going to happen because it hasn't happened yet. There are all these economic theories, half this way, half that way. Hard to say. I also would really like the idea of sending a message to the state government to do something, but someone had mentioned they thought Rauner was going to veto this. I have no idea what he's going to do. In some ways it would be worth making a statement just to send a message to the state, but I don't know that that's really going to do anything. In some other ways, I feel like here it is, 11:30. We are having to make this decision. It would be nice if we had some more time. I don't know if anybody feels that it's at all feasible to. What would we have to do? Opt out for now and consider opting in later? I don't know.
We could. My understanding, and Mr. Stein didn't clarify, we could opt out tonight and repeal our ordinance at the very next meeting, and then we are in. It's as simple as repealing the opt-out ordinances, and then we are no longer opted out.
So during that 2-week period, the state standards would apply. If you opted out of the opt-out, then the county ordinance would apply. So it could be as quick as their next meeting.
Right. So there's no. It could be a year from now. It could be whatever. We have control over repealing an ordinance that is in conflict, if that's sort of the technical.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be interested in hearing what other people have to say. I guess I feel like I was in favor of separating the two just because some people wanted to separate them. I personally feel that if we do one, we should do the other.
Trustee Sullivan?
Yeah. Well, first of all, echoing Trustee Wolf's comments, I want to, this is for me the fun part of the position, because I want to commend everybody for no matter what side. I thought, what we read and what the staff put together, this was a great education, and you saw the passion come out from the business owners, the residents. Like you, President Belinsky, I read a whole lot about minimum wage and the pros and cons, and over the last few weeks, and it was a great education. I also, coming in here, not realizing, but do want to commend the commissioner for really putting this forward. I think it's a commendable effort in support of what we all believe is people should make a fair wage, and this was a good attempt. But where I struggle is and where I feel for him is. It should be a statewide mandate or a federal mandate. I have a hard time supporting something, not because I'm in the immoral part of it, but I do feel like if we support something at this, we are going to put Wilmette overall at a disadvantage. Our state's at a disadvantage. We're losing jobs and businesses to the north, just go 100 feet over the border in Wisconsin, and you see all those those businesses. Indiana is advertising. You drive into the city of Chicago, so they are taking advantage of our dysfunction. And I think, in this attempt of trying to do this, we're going to cause a little bit of disruption in the county. And I have a hard time putting us at risk, especially to, 60% of the municipalities have voted against this. They're not in it, so they could be, we would be at a competitive disadvantages. And yes, businesses are thriving well. I was pleased, like everybody else, that I think most of our small businesses, that I don't think any of the small businesses owners are going home uber wealthy. They are living and they're working more than 40 hours a week and trying to really put things together. But they're good to the employees. And I feel like we've put we heard that tonight. But we all know that things are in cycles and the recession will come. At some point, we will hit a downturn, and I don't want to be somebody that can support taking away some flexibility of our business owners. I think the residents, I think the board and the past boards, as well as the staff, have done a phenomenal job building Wilmette over the last 8 years so that you can see, and you look at our sales tax dollars, they're going up year over year. And we're not there yet. We still need to continue to be a community of choice for new people coming in here, new businesses coming in here, visitors to come and shop here. We need to maintain that strength and continue to get stronger with the development and the opportunity to plant yourself in this community so that when we do hit a downturn, we are in a good position. I don't want to support something that we might risk losing one business or one job. And I think as the way it's laid out, we're at a disadvantage. We will see other communities that if we put this out there, a business owner is going to have a choice. And, Glenview's not that far away. It's a neighboring community. And there's other choices. So that's where I come down. For me, it's not about the minimum wage or the sick leave, or the moral side of it. That's not debatable. I think, as somebody said, it should be a statewide mandate. We should be on a competitive level playing field. If it were that case, I would be supportive of it. But I think at this point and the referendum that we all talk about, at the risk of trying to interpret I think people were reading is, would you support a higher wage? Yes, I would support that. Would you support a higher wage at the detriment of Wilmette? I think we might have seen a little bit difference. And as a trustee, I'm going to interpret that. That's where I'm coming out, that I have a little concern. As far as why I didn't separate them, because I really do have a problem that even as laid out, it is not consistent across all. It differentiates. It only impacts the private sector. Even the sick pay, wait a second. You do include the Cook County, but there are some government workers that are excluded. Our park district, it's not uniform.
No, on the sick pay side,
it is. Okay.
They're not exempt.
So,
or they are exempt.
They are exempt. There is a lot of confusion to it, and so it's not uniform of who it is. So, again, I really do commend the effort, and I get it. I understand it. I just, for supporting the village, I am supporting to opt out of the sick pay and minimum wage.
Thank you, Trustee Sullivan. Trustee Plunkett?
Thank you. I have to tell you, I was really nervous to come here tonight. I'm sure I feel as a lot of the other trustees did. We've lost sleep. We've gotten sick over this. It's been, a crazy 2 weeks. And one of my main takeaways is, gosh, what a great place to live, because I come away feeling good about how everyone respects each other here, which I think is wonderful. I think other communities did not have such a discourse where they really respected each other. I felt rushed through this process. I really didn't feel, I felt like I was studying for finals and trying to cram all this information in a short amount of time and still waiting for more information. And I think, as Trustee Wolf said, we don't have all the information. I'm one of the 70%. I believe that the state should raise the minimum wage. I don't know what that number is. I'm not an economist. I don't know what that number is. I believe that there should be a more uniform sick leave bill. But again, I don't know what the specifics are. So unfortunately, I'm not voting on that tonight. I'm voting on whether Wilmette should pay a higher minimum wage than its neighbors. I'm voting on whether Wilmette should have a sick leave pay when some of its neighbors don't. And then you've got the other side. You've got the North Shore. You've got different communities. How are they going to fare? How is Winnetka going to fare with this? How is Evanston going to fare? I'm very curious to know that. So I'm voting to opt out tonight because we can't opt in and then opt out. We can opt out and then we can opt in. And I'm very curious to see what the state is going to do, but if they drag their heels and nothing is done, I want something done. And I thank the county. Even though this has been chaotic, it has started the discussion everywhere. So I think Trustee Wolf said that too. I'm hoping that we can go back to the table, get some more information from, I feel like tonight was the first night that I actually started to understand what some of the small businesses were concerned about. And I don't think I've heard from enough, and I want to hear what's going to happen when our neighbors opt in or opt out. So I would like to take this to a committee and keep the discussion going.
Thank you, Trustee Plunkett. Yeah, no, I think I don't want to jump ahead on my comments, but I'm very comfortable with tasking a committee of the board, and after we vote, we can have a conversation about sort of process on that. But I think that's a great suggestion in terms of, regardless of how the vote comes out, we need to stay on top of this this issue. How it, more information from the community, more information from both the business community and residents, but also, as you pointed out, watching what's happening. We need to be informed of what's happening in our other neighboring communities, both the Glenview and Northbrooks of the world, as well as the Winnetka and Evanstons of the world. So, thank you. Trustee Dodd.
Okay, first of all, I too want to thank everybody for coming here tonight. It's 11:40 in the evening, and I'm very impressed by your commitment. I, like Trustee Plunkett, I have to be honest, was also very nervous to come tonight. Many of you know this is literally my third meeting. And I think this might be my first time I've even spoken. And so, but I just want to say I've been, like Trustee Plunkett, I've just been impressed with the commitment everybody in this room has. I've been impressed and wowed by so much of the passion of our community and our businesses. I was impressed. That's why I ran to be a trustee, because I love living in Wilmette, and tonight just reinforced that for me. I just want to thank everybody for I think this is a process. It's very important that we have an opportunity to listen to all the sides. I, too, feel like I've been cramming for an exam. I have learned so much about minimum wage in the last week, but I also know I don't know everything. And I think everybody in this room would feel the same way. We could all read different articles with different perspectives. I think I would agree with how President Belinsky started the night. This isn't the forum to debate minimum wage per se. We have experts in the field that debate that, and the experts in the field don't agree. And that makes our job very difficult tonight. This is about us talking about the impact this particular ordinance that's done not at the state level affects our businesses. I, too, think and wish we weren't here tonight, because I wish we were proceeding down a path where the state is actually going to put in place increased minimum wage. I thought what Commissioner Suffredin said earlier tonight was, I think you said this, and I wrote it down, because the fairest way to deal with this is at the state level. And that really resonated with me. That is the fairest way to deal with it here. But that's not where we are tonight, unfortunately. And so we have to make a decision. And I'm struggling with that decision because it's not the fairest way to handle it. And I respect. We do want a living wage for all of our, obviously, the businesses spoke, but we want a living wage for people. But I heard some of the businesses talk tonight about the fact that these are living wages. Many of their part-time employees are high school students and college students. Their living wage, they're living with their families. I don't know how many that is. I don't know the impact, but that's a struggle that I'm having personally. I also believe that Wilmette is unique, and these studies are hard for us to look at entirely. We're a small business. We have lots of small businesses, and we listened to some of those tonight, and those businesses are telling us they're going to struggle. I'm proud of what we've done to bring new businesses into this community over the last several years. And I believe Trustee Sullivan said that. I, too, want to continue to see that. So I'm concerned about the impact of that. That said, I feel that this is rushed. I feel we should also send it to committee. And I think we should make a commitment back to everybody here of when will we come back after some results. So I'm happy to send this to, for right now, I would be comfortable tonight opting out. I think, I remember the co-president of the League of Women Voters spoke in our meeting 2 weeks ago, and I went back and listened to your presentation, or what you spoke about in preparation for this meeting, and you really talked about we haven't done all the studies, we don't know the impact, and encouraged us to do some of that, and I believe that we need to. How much we can do is a struggle. How much we're going to learn is a struggle, and I don't know that we're going to get all the answers, but so I would be in favor of opting out this evening, and then sending it to a committee, and then having some expectation that we can come back to the residents here in this room of what we've learned, so that they know that we've listened to their perspective, which is we do believe that we need to increase minimum wage at some point. I also just want to say one more thing, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I wish, when we started this, I spent a fair amount of time with our council trying to understand if there was a way we could get to a happy medium. I think Jeff is sick of me with all my questions, but, because I think what we heard tonight was, yes, our businesses are paying above minimum wage. Yes, our businesses are paying somewhere around $10 or $11. They're comfortable with that. We don't know what the right number is, but we can't do that. I like to look at solutions and put a balance in place. I like to listen to everybody's perspective and find a balance, and it's very difficult for me tonight. We can't find a balance. It's yes or no. And as our legal counsel knows, I've struggled with that over the past 2 weeks, and I'm hopeful maybe the state is going to do something while we do our own work. So I guess in summary, I would be in favor of opting out with a commitment to take it to a committee and coming back to the residents at some point in the future.
Thank you, Trustee Dodd. Trustee Kurzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members of the public, both in the room and on TV and streaming online. In my experience, I have found that some issues are deceptively simple, while others can be deceptively complicated. In either case, they both require great care, due diligence, and balanced information to cut through the gray area and to reach the essence of the matter. I've read the trove of materials provided to the board by staff and residents, and I have sought resident feedback in several formats, such as Facebook, Nextdoor, and my email newsletter. I want to thank the more than 140 residents who took the time to share their thoughts with me personally, on top of those contacting me via the village. In my outreach, I urged people to respond, especially if they disagreed with me. A number of residents obliged me with some tough love. None was tougher than my own father-in-law, but it should be noted he's not a resident. He knew what he was getting into. As to the insight I received, several concepts were compelling and added to my initial concerns about teen employment and impact on nonprofit organizations. I learned from resident feedback how raising the minimum wage can create upwards wage pressure for employers already paying at or above minimum wage. Also, I was urged to consider the potential impact on people with fixed incomes when local establishments might need to raise their prices. Perhaps most helpful of all was the small business owner, a resident of Wilmette whose business is elsewhere, who walked me step by step through the personnel decisions she would have to make in the environment we are proposing. My main takeaway was, yes, this proposal will create some amount of hardship for Wilmette business. And yet, several small business owners and nonprofit CEOs were among those urging the village not to opt out. Meanwhile, from the copious articles and research provided, I will share a couple of personal takeaways. First, I believe context is key. I can almost see Governor Rauner's dilemma. Based on the feedback that was shared by people tonight who are urging us to opt out, I could see how some of these changes could dramatically impact the southern part of our state. But Wilmette, with its socioeconomic stature and highly educated population, plays a unique role in the context of Cook County, which is in turn unique to the region and to the state. What we read about or read into about other places in these studies may not be directly applicable to Wilmette. A second takeaway of the vast information we received is that it is inexact and open to interpretation. Although I have appreciated and learned from all the articles and all our speakers tonight, neither side outdueled the others. Kudos to everyone for sharing sound rationale. A third observation is that the studies look to the past to inform the present, or at best, the very near-term future. In my role as trustee, I believe it's incumbent on me to be informed by the past, to understand the present, but also look to the future. Taking into account, for example, the next generation of prospective home buyers, whether we want to label them as millennials or otherwise, I believe they will want to live in a place that demonstrates respect and dignity for all people, and they will be willing to pay for the experience. In fact, residents of all ages have communicated to me their willingness to pay more at local establishments in order that they pay livable wages to their employees. One of the blessings for many Wilmette residents is that they are not as tightly bound by price as others. Not that this is universal, but even those residents of more modest means in Wilmette, such as in the neighborhoods where I come from, have expressed to me, in large part, that they identify with hardworking people just trying to make a living for their families. All of this reading, analysis, and resident feedback has led me to the conclusion, for the purposes of the decision points tonight, which has unfortunately been packed into 3 short weeks of online discussion and called to a vote just 72 hours before enactment, that this issue fits into the category of being deceptively complicated. As such, cutting through the gray area to reach the essence of the matter is simply to recognize that this issue is about people. It's about people like the guy I met not living far from me with 3 jobs, all in Wilmette. It's about the people who commute from faraway places to Wilmette to earn their living and who might otherwise fall through the cracks. And it's about the strong majority of Wilmette residents, myself included, who have twice stated at the ballot box a strong preference for higher wage and benefits protections than are currently in place. In closing, I want to thank and salute our president, my current colleagues and past colleagues, for their vision and policies that have led to the revitalization of our downtown. I hope they can be as confident as I am in our collective resilience. While we all appreciate our revitalized downtown, our leisure and commerce must be built on a stronger foundation than barely livable wages. I can support policy to strengthen commerce in Wilmette, but not on the backs of those more vulnerable than ourselves.
Thank you, Trustee Kurzman. Trustee Leonard?
I got to follow that. Holy moly.
Hope you have some prepared notes.
No. I also want to thank all the people who have stayed until 11:50 at night. This is a huge commitment on all of our parts, and I really appreciate all your input. I learned a tremendous amount tonight, which is one of the reasons why I felt it was important to separate out these decisions, largely from how I was informed by all your comments. So thank you for that. My first participation in village governance was on the Downtown Master Plan Committee that I sat on about 6 or 7 years ago. And the reason I'm mentioning that is that prior to our putting that master plan in place, our downtown commercial environment was significantly less attractive, less successful than it is today. And as I've watched our downtown become healthy, desirable, successful, I enjoy not being able to find a parking space when I go downtown to eat at night with my family. It really makes me feel good that we are doing so well. Professionally, I am a small business person myself, and my primary business is consulting to other small businesses, primarily in the retail environment. And one of the things that I know very, very well, and I don't need PhD studies to inform me of this, is that many small businesses, not all, but many small businesses are just barely making it. Bless you.
Die. Surrounded by toast. I need sick leave. I might need a med.
We were talking about sick leave.
Are you guys done?
Sorry, Trustee Leonard.
Okay, thank you. So as I was saying, we heard from many small businesses today, and in my experience with dozens and dozens of small business people that I work with, they're getting by. You don't need to take up a collection for them, but they certainly don't have large pools of funds to contribute towards increased expenses. That's for sure. So when I look at raising the minimum wage at the county level, and then all the competition, all the inefficiencies that come with this county ordinance, I am very, very confident that this will be a fatal blow to some of our small businesses. I can't tell you how many there's going to be, and I'm not meaning to say that we're going to lose all of our small businesses. We won't. But we will lose some. And to me, that's an unacceptable, unintended consequence of what we're talking about here. Personally, I voted yes on both of the referenda on the most recent elections, but I don't believe that voting to increase our wages to $10 an hour at the state level is the same as saying you want to increase the wages to $13 an hour on the county level. I think they're radically, drastically different communications, and I think it's important that we all understand that. So I clearly am struggling a great deal with the increase in the minimum wage, and will not support the increase in the minimum wage. However, I was the one who suggested that we separate these out, and Commissioner Sufferman indicated to me that he also felt that separating this out was important at the county level, which is what happened. The mandatory sick leave, paid sick leave, will also be difficult for many small businesses. However, I think that it will be more of a stinging difficulty than a fatal difficulty, and accordingly, I think that it's important enough that this is something that I can support. So that's the reason I separated these out, and that's how I plan to vote on both of these issues.
Thank you, Trustee Leonard. I want to echo Trustee Plunkett's comments and thank everyone who's here tonight. We do have a tradition in Wilmette of civil discourse, and I think that was on display here tonight in spades, and I'm just so happy that we can get together, people who disagree on a particular issue, understanding that we probably agree on so many more things together and not let our small disagreements get in the way of our conversation. I'm going to quote Alan Kruger, who is a Princeton economist and former chairman of President Obama's Council of Economic Advisors. Professor Kruger was also one of the first economists who found that minimum wage did not hurt job growth, and he supports an increase in the federal minimum wage. And what he said in one of the articles that was in our materials was that economics is all about understanding trade-offs and risks. And our meeting tonight, as we've talked about, isn't really about minimum wage in general. It's not about mandatory sick leave in general. It's really about these two ordinances, these two county ordinances, and the appropriateness of them for the Village of Wilmette. Now, I do agree with Trustee Leonard and what he said regarding the I'm sure we can talk about in a second. I do agree with Trustee Leonard with what he said about the referenda. I do think it is different to say $10 at the state versus $13 in Wilmette, Winnetka, and Evanston, but not in Glenview and Northbrook. So I think that's very different. I appreciate people's point of view in general. On the sick leave, it was also a conceptual vote. It wasn't saying you work 5 hours a week or 2 hours in any 2 weeks, and that qualifies you for sick leave. And as I stated earlier, I personally support an increase at the state level. I think all of us have said that now. but I do have reservations regarding the county's ordinances. I mean, the first one, and, you know, Commissioner Sufferton, with all due respect, you know, there were no working groups, no public meetings, no economic studies, no public participation by business leaders or labor leaders or community leaders or, you know, local mayors in this decision. And the city of Chicago did do a much more robust process, and that troubles me. And regardless of your point of view on this issue, we should all be troubled that big changes are made without big study. And for those of you tonight who are concerned about us rushing, well, we're not making a change. Our vote tonight would be for the status quo. Our vote would be to not change. And as a result, I would suggest to you that less study is necessary to not change than is required to make a big change. Now, I do agree with both Trustee Plunkett and Trustee Dodd that let's task a committee. I would ask after this meeting for the trustees to make suggestions of the information that they would want, sort of current information, business statistics and the like, and then also what information we want to follow. So if you'll do that after this meeting, provide that input, we will talk about it. I will talk about it with the staff. We'll task a committee, and we'll come back with a proposal to the board regarding how we're going to continue to monitor and stay close to this issue, because it's a big issue. It's an important issue. My biggest concern with the county's ordinance is that it does create an uneven playing field for the different communities. And Trustee Leonard alluded to it. And by the way, you know, Trustee Leonard provided a great public service when he served on the Master Plan Committee. That committee did its work before I was on this board, but I was considering running for office, and as a result, I went to all of those meetings. I mean, there were, yeah, I was at, you know, I was like the one resident sitting in a bunch of the meetings that were in the training room. And that committee did a great job, and I believe that's part of the reason why we've had our restaurant renaissance, and part of the reason why we've been able to attract several new restaurants over the past 4 years. I mean, the number one thing that residents and non-residents come up to me and say is how great our downtown is. Isn't it how great our downtown is? And people joke. They sort of, their joke is, you know, I can't find a parking spot in downtown Wilmette, and they look like they're angry. And then they say, isn't that great? Because it's exactly that. There's activity downtown. But, you know, it hasn't always been that way. And for the past several years, the village government has worked hard to encourage economic activity through the village, or throughout the village, not just in downtown Wilmette, although that gets, sometimes I feel like business owners who aren't in downtown Wilmette have a complex, because I'm always talking about downtown, but I care about the business owners on Ridge Road and at Plaza Del Lago and at 4th and Linden and, you know, Westlake Plaza and Edens Plaza. I think I got them all. And when you say this, well, how bad was it? For newer residents, I mean, in 2003, we created a group called the Business Development Advisory Group, and its mission was figuring out how to attract new businesses to Wilmette. Trustee Dodd actually served on that committee for a while back then. In 2008, we had an Urban Land Institute report that offered recommendations for, quote, revitalization of our community. And then in 2010, we had the master plan process, and that Village Center Master Plan was adopted by this board in January of 2011. So I would argue, while I don't have the stats at hand, and maybe this is something we can get, there are more jobs in downtown Wilmette today than there were 4 years ago. We have created, not we, entrepreneurs. The entrepreneurs have created more economic opportunity for workers. We've played a supporting role, but we really don't deserve as much credit. I don't deserve as much credit as I get for this. It's the entrepreneurs that deserve it. And the problem is that nearby communities have opted out, and Wilmette's businesses may eventually face a cost disadvantage. I don't think the first increase to $10 an hour is going to be much of a burden at all, because as our residents, our business owners have said, they don't pay minimum wage today. They can't pay minimum wage today. They can't attract good employees at minimum wage today. But I am very concerned about what $13 an hour means. So if today you have to pay, if minimum wage is $8 1/4, and you got to pay $10, $11 to find a good employee, at $13 an hour, what are you going to have to pay? 15, 16? I don't know what it is. None of us do. But I do know numbers like 15 and 16 are really scary to the entrepreneurs that I've talked to, at events or through this process. Somebody else mentioned it. I can't remember whom. I think maybe Trustee Sullivan. But I'm really worried about being able to attract new businesses then to Wilmette because there are lower cost communities nearby. I mean, as probably all of you in the room know, two of our biggest restaurants in town, the Valley Lodge Tavern and Gusto, those are second locations built by a Glenview restaurant family. So the question is, if Northbrook's cheaper, or heck, they can go west, Arlington Heights, Palatine, wherever, are they going to choose Wilmette? Are they going to choose our downtown as their second location? Because we'll lose restaurants, regardless of whether the minimum wage is passed or whatever. That's the way the restaurant business works. People go in and out of business. But the question is, are we going to have that vacant storefront at the corner of Wilmette and Central Ave, or is a new restaurant coming in there? There's talk of a new restaurant coming in there from one of our existing restaurateurs. I don't want to be looking at that vacant storefront for a long time, and we've had vacant storefronts for a long time. So my final comments are, look, we have a handful of chains in the community, okay? There are a few chain restaurants in the community, but by and large, and we can get statistics on this, but by and large, I would tell you that our businesses are small, family-owned businesses. So I worry about workers having less economic opportunity in our downtown if there are less businesses, but I also worry about our entrepreneurs. Some of those entrepreneurs have invested their life savings in their businesses. This is all they make money on. It's not a passive investment. Oh, hey, I got a restaurant in, by the way, or hey, I've got a butcher shop. This is it. Some of these guys have mortgaged their homes to build these businesses, and that's a concern for me. Now, look, as we've all said, we all share the same goal. We want increased economic opportunity. We want more jobs. We want good jobs. We want fair wages. So, but I will let me digress for a second. People have been accusing the board of doing something for the chamber. I'm not doing anything for the chamber. I am doing it for our community, for all of us, okay? And that's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about the chamber. I'm not worried about one particular business. I'm worried about Wilmette. And Wilmette is a small village of 27,000 people situated on a lake. The lake is awesome for recreation, for relaxation. It's terrible for business. And the reason is there are no customers to the east. None. So we draw this way only. And if you have a location in Glenview, you draw this way. And that's a problem. We're not a big city with a diverse economy either. This isn't Chicago. This isn't, this job and this guy's going to. We're a small economy. We're not Chicago. We're not Seattle. We're not New York. We're not San Francisco. So my concerns, there are 77, actually, these are old notes. There are 82 municipalities that have opted out. And the county's approach, unfortunately, creates an uneven playing field for our small economy, for our business owners, their entrepreneurs, for our workers, and for our residents. And given all that, I don't know how I can support these ordinances taking effect on Saturday. And again, if we vote to opt out, we're voting to not accept the changes to our current law. So that is, we're voting for the status quo, and we will continue to follow the state standards as we always have. Now, I know there are people here who don't agree with what I just said, but I hope at a minimum you will understand why I have these concerns and why I'm voting this way. I think for those reasons, opting out is the reasonable and appropriate course of action for this board, but we will continue to study, we will get more information, and as I understand the process, and I think I understand this, if any one of the trustees believes, based on the information that they have received, that we should repeal this ordinance, assuming it's passed, that one trustee can put that on the agenda. Is that correct, Mr. Frenzer? Doesn't mean it's going to, Mr. Stein?
Yes.
So if a single trustee says, I want this on the agenda, it's on the agenda. So the burden on us to change our mind is actually very low. But we can't do it the other way. We can't allow the minimum wage to go up on Saturday and then 3 months from now say, or a year from now, or 2 years from now say, oh, wow, that was a huge mistake. Look what's happened. Politically, we will never be able to vote to lower the minimum wage. We can keep it where it is and then change our mind and let it go up, but we cannot do the opposite. So I think the appropriate action tonight, the reasonable action, is, given all of the facts and circumstances, that we vote to opt out. Okay, so now with that, I will ask any of the trustees, after I talked for as long as I did, if anybody else would like to make any comments? Okay. So
I'm sorry. Just
go ahead,
briefly.
Trustee Plunkett.
So, I mean, I don't want the residents to think that we're just, it's going to go to committee. I mean, I want to make a firm commitment that we need to follow this more, that we need to discuss this, that it's either likely going to the Judiciary Committee or the Finance Committee. I do want.
So my suggestion on that is let's get a collective view from the trustees of what we want to do, and I would ask you to send that to Mr. Frenzer and Mr. Brayman, and then we'll take that, sort of synthesize it, because what does study mean? I mean, we could talk for 2 more hours about what we should be studying. Instead, let's provide that input to them. I will talk to them, and we will be back at a meeting this summer with a proposed plan that I'd like the trustees to review and agree that that would be our plan going forward. And now we can have a conversation then and tweak it then, but at this stage of the game, this is not the time to talk about what our plan will be to study over the next X number of months. So.
Okay, so can I say something to that?
Yeah, of course.
So I'm comfortable that we make a decision to opt out, and with the expectation we have a plan. I'm agreeing with Trustee Plunkett that I think as we develop that plan, I believe we owe it to our residents here who are in this room to when we think we would come back and reevaluate it. And so I would just like to make sure that that plan that we put in place, which you will all have an opportunity to at least see that plan, has some of that in place.
Of course. I mean, with our transparency, it'll be on a village agenda.
I know. I just want the residents in the room here to know that. In terms of the timing, so that it's, and they have an opportunity to speak to that if we need to. I think I agree with some of the things you said, which is it's going to be hard to measure this. It's going to be hard to evaluate this. And so it might take us some time, and I just ask the residents here to appreciate that and also to respect that based on what we heard tonight and from most people, that the chamber, that the businesses in our community, for the most part, are already paying the minimum wage of $10 an hour. Well, I don't know that we all agree with that. I just want to say, based on the data that we've had and what we heard from the chamber, that's what we believe that's what I believe is happening, and that's why I would feel comfortable then going with that, because we're not changing anything. They're already our businesses are already complying with that minimum wage, which gives us some time to react.
I'm just curious, I wonder if there are any other communities who are doing this. I think it's absolutely the right thing to do. A lot of communities are voting on it just in the last few weeks, but I think ours is especially at kind of the last minute, and I think we're not ready to have everything change on Saturday. But I wanted to make clear that I certainly am very much in favor of having a living wage, but I do feel reassured for now that, as far as we know, the businesses are paying the level that it would go to or more, just about all of them anyway. So I think studying it, doing it when it's not at midnight, and there's a lot of information we have, and there's a lot more we can get, and we can take a look at it and then come back and revisit it. And I think that's the way to go.
Right. No, and I agree. I think that's important. The process, deadlines do that. So I fully support that, and will, with your input, work with staff on that. Okay, so any other comments? Okay, so we have 2 motions on the table.
Correct. So we have an original motion to approve the combined ordinance.
Well, that
was approved and seconded, and then that motion was amended to separate the two.
Okay, so doesn't that mean we have 2 motions? Not the old motion, but when we amended to separate, do we have two motions?
Right, you amended, so with the amendment to separate it, you have two motions on the floor.
Okay.
The first one I suggest we talk about is the minimum wage.
Okay.
And vote on the minimum wage.
Okay.
The second one obviously would then be the sick leave.
Okay, so is there any?
Two separate votes, we would need two separate votes.
So am I simply saying, okay, we're voting on the first motion, which relates, okay. So this roll call vote, we're voting on the minimum wage opt-out, and an affirmative vote is a vote to adopt the ordinance, which will have the result of opting out of the county's ordinance. Okay? We got that? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Wolf.
Aye.
Trustee Sullivan.
Aye.
Trustee Plunkett.
Aye.
Trustee Dodd.
Aye.
Trustee Kurzman.
No.
Trustee Leonard.
Aye.
President Blinsky.
Aye. Okay, so the motion carries. The first ordinance, which is opting out of the Cook County minimum wage, has been adopted. All right, so now the second motion is the motion relating to the mandatory paid sick leave. And again, the same rule applies here. An affirmative vote is a vote to adopt the ordinance, which will result in opting out of the county's ordinance. Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Wolf.
Aye.
Trustee Sullivan.
Aye.
Trustee Plunkett.
Aye.
Trustee Dodd.
Aye.
Trustee Kurzman.
No.
Trustee Leonard.
No.
President Blinsky.
Aye. Okay, so the motion carries. The ordinance has been approved, and that's it. So, Trustee Plunkett, I will go back to you. We are still on the Judiciary Committee's report.
There's no other report.
Okay. We'll move on to reports from our special committees. There are no reports from our special committees. Item 7 is new business. There's no additional new business to discuss. Item 8, pending matters referred to standing committees, and there are no actions to take. So we'll move on to item 9, which is adjournment. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? I stand adjourned.